Evening, everyone. Welcome to our Goleta City Council meeting of March the 3rd, 2026. If you all arise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
Esto es para el juramento a la bandera y lo de la República que representa bajo Dios con justicia.
Okay. If we could have roll call, City Council.
Vamos a llamar
Councilmember Reyes
al
Martin.
What happened?
Here.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Here.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Perotti.
I'm here. Okay, at this time we'll have our Spanish interpreters. Please come up and introduce yourself. There you are.
Buenas noches, tenemos interpretación disponible al español si alguien prefiere. Aquí hay auriculares. Good evening, we have interpretation available into Spanish. If anybody prefers, we have headsets over here. Thank you, gracias.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a report from closed session, Mr. Rosen?
Thank you, Mayor. So for the one closed session item read into the record earlier this evening, there is no reportable action.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will have public forum. Anybody that wishes to speak to anything that's not on our agenda and relative to our area. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speaker slips.
Not
For those of you on the
right.
Zoom webinar, please use raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do see April Reed. Please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to my favorite topic of Kenwood Village. I know there was a meeting at the Planning Commission yesterday where 4 of the 5 members passed the plan for Shelby. As I've said a gazillion times, I'm sure you're sick of hearing. I had spoken to Councilmember Kiriakou quite some time ago, and he said that one way of getting away from building on Kenwood would be to build on Shelby, and it looks like that is probably going to happen. Every time I come to one of your meetings, you kind of say that you're going to vote the way the Planning Commission did, so I'm assuming that you're going to approve it, and also it's under builder's remedy, so I don't know if you have much of a choice on that one. I would like to go through a little bit about why Shelby is a better choice than Kenwood to build on if we're going to choose. Regarding being in a fire zone and traffic, I'm sure you all know that Cathedral Oaks is a much wider street than Calvary, especially where Kenwood Village was proposed. Oh, sorry, I can't undo that. My phone. So I'm sorry, I can't undo this. They're better for emergency vehicles and buses to get through. Also, there's a wildlife corridor in Shelby where you can have the animals go to the hills, and there is nothing on Kenwood Village. I can go kind of on and on, but El Encanto already has a ton of buildings proposed, and that includes Glen, Annie, and Calusa. So I want to make sure that you guys follow your word. We'll see if you guys are as good as your word and as good as all of the comments and newspaper articles that you guys have written and commented on. At least the public will find out soon enough. So I want to make sure that you guys are able to transfer anything from Kenwood to Shelby so that you don't have to build on Kenwood anymore. We've taken our share of building and we shouldn't have to do any more than is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers for public forum, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, amendments or adjustments to our agenda, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We don't have any adjustments tonight on your agenda, but I can move into City Manager report. I have
Please do.
two reports. You can guess what I'm going to lead with. Please cue it up, Mr. Clerk. So over the weekend, the new roundabouts on Hollister Avenue and Highway 217 were installed as part of Project Connect. They were completed this past weekend, on Sunday actually. Temporary striping and traffic control measures are in place, and obviously there's still a lot of work to do. This is a photo, I believe, taken from Highway 217, but I'm not exactly sure about that. But you can see the roundabout operating. There's two of them if you haven't been out there yet. It is kind of, I don't know if fun's the right word, but it is nice to go try them out. I've done it many, many times. But just a reminder, roundabouts do improve safety and traffic flow, but it might take some time for people to adapt to them, and it still is a construction site. So we encourage everyone to slow down, stay alert, allow extra travel time, safely share the road with drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. And Project Connect is still on track, but as I said, it's still a construction site out there just because the roundabouts are working. They're not fully operational yet, and Project Connect is not scheduled to be completely finished until spring 2027, so there's still a fair amount of work to do. And then my second announcement is somewhat related, and Mr. Clerk, if you could cue up our website. So council might recall 4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, I can't remember, at a council meeting, direction was given to have a Public Works open house specifically geared to transportation, circulation, bike and ped safety, et cetera. And also thrown in there is the quality of our roads, which we know is a very hot subject because the quality of the roads really makes a difference for the traveling public, whether you're a walker, cyclist, vehicle, bus. So we're moving full steam ahead. This is actually on the city's website, what is being shown right now. We're calling it Street Talk. And if you go to the home page and then just click on the Public Works Department, this is the first thing that pops up. And one of the steps we're taking as a preamble to the open house is a survey. So the survey is now live. As you can see, if you read the website, you can share a member of the public can share their feedback, click on the online survey, and fill out the survey. So as I said, we're moving full steam ahead. We're looking forward to getting all the results from the survey. That'll help guide the manner in which we set up this open house. We already received guidance from the council at that meeting, and this will only kind of shape it further. The date, of course, is April 22nd at the community center in the evening. We've also decided to add a virtual component the day after, so kind of a repeat virtually for people who can't make it, and again, both in English and Spanish. So more to come on that. We're just going to keep getting the word out between now and April 22nd, and if there's any quick questions on that, take them now.
Councilmember, okay.
Can we go back to the first item?
Sure.
Go round
Round and round.
and back again. So first of all, I just want to thank the Public Works team publicly for getting these up and getting them operational. They still are, in some respects, temporary because there's additional work that needs to be done, landscaping, some pedestrian improvements and enhancements. But they certainly seem to be flowing really well. I've been through them a number of times. I live right at the edge of that construction zone, and it's definitely making a noticeable positive impact on the lives of a lot of people. That section of Armidos and Dearborn that is east of San Jose Creek is, there's small streets, but they're very densely populated, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people that live there that since the 70s have never been able to make a left turn in or out of that part of town, and there's no other way out. If there were an emergency, you can't go across San Jose Creek. So you're essentially, that's your one way out. So you've significantly improved circulation for hundreds of people and made it a lot more convenient and safe for people. So thank you for that. And then I just wanted to see if we have any information on not so much the Ward roundabout, which seems largely done from the pedestrian part of it, but for the Dearborn roundabout that still seems to have a little bit more construction happening. Do we have a general sense of when that will become a little bit more pedestrian friendly in terms of the functional crosswalks that go through there with the pedestrian shelters?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Kiriakou. So we're currently working with the contractor to improve any pedestrian infrastructure that's needed. We're also going to do a field walk this week to get any ideas for any updates. So as we work through this process, we'll make any updates needed. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but we will continue to look at pedestrian access and bike access and make any improvements that council or the public may bring up to us.
Great, well, thank you. I'm getting lots of positive feedback in the community from people I've talked to.
We're really proud in Public Works that we were able to deliver this portion of the project. So we're singing very high right now.
Keston?
So this was regarding the sort of, I forgot what you called it, the outreach, what was it?
Street talk.
Street talk. And it's just a, I just wanted to sort of give you kind of a, I don't know, a reminder or something like that. That, for instance, if we had a survey, let's take, for instance, when we did the park, Stowe Grove, or, yeah, and you're looking at the people who live and use it nearby as a park, then you're going to get a good sort of response. But if you wanted to know whether that park should be used as a park as it is, or as a skateboard park, for instance, where people from other part of the city might be there, you might not get a good sample. You might not really recognize who is interested in. And the problem is something called a selection bias. And not to get all academic, but when we have these voluntary surveys, what happens is you get the people who are most enthusiastic about a particular thing. Bicyclists, for instance, or people who are really impacted. And the folks who are just driving through the neighborhood or driving through a street aren't the people who respond to a survey like this. And so the results you get might not be really a good reflection of what the community at large feels. You get the people who have the greatest interest. And I just want you to keep that in mind as far as the limits or you can get a distorted impression of what the public cares about. I just wanted to kind of pass that on. You can comment or not comment, it doesn't matter.
Councilmember Kasdan, I'd like to just state that the survey is a component of the full task at hand. So it is important, and it'll inform us of certain needs that the public has, but it's just a component. And as we work through this Street Talk open house, we'll have better ideas and needs of the public.
Again, though, the same issue arrives in any open house also. The people who are most passionate about the particular item are going to show up, and the people who are sort of only tangentially or less excited. And so when you come to questions about what a road should be like, should you add roundabouts or something like that, you'll get maybe bicyclists or something, or some small group that'll be very strong how they feel, but others just neighbors who they'll not show up. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
I have something to add real quickly. Oh, I'm sorry. I went through it several times today, and everybody's very cautious and going slow. I don't know how it was at peak hour when it's more traffic. It was in the slower, because they're trying to figure out what to do exactly. But I do want to let you know that at my MTD meeting this morning, they took their MTD buses out there, I guess Sunday, and they were fine. They did a really good job, and actually they captured it on KEYT. So they showed the MTD bus going through the roundabout. So they said thank you.
Mayor Prodi, thank you for that. It's very exciting to see all the different movements through the roundabouts.
Thank you. Luz Reyes Martin.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, it's always a challenge for us to make decisions based on the information we get. I think that's a challenge for all types of public engagement. We're all doing everything and anything we can to get as much feedback from the public as possible. So this is one way that we are encouraging, everyone here, folks that might be tuning in live or will watch the repeat, to please participate. I just clicked through the survey. It truly did take 4 minutes or less, so it's very easy to give your input. Thank you for having the virtual option too. I know it's tough for folks to be able to make it in person to an event, so having another alternative is a great way to try to capture, some more folks who might just be interested on their lunch hour to tune in and hear some more, and then they can give their input. So I really appreciate staff's efforts to try to have multiple ways for folks to get involved. And I mean, we just graduated a full Goleta LEAD class, so I think we do have community members that are engaged and hope will participate and give their input. So I do appreciate those efforts. And then as council, we can do our part to encourage residents and get the word out to share their input. So thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else with comments. Moving on to consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That is item A1, approval of the City Council meeting minutes of February 3rd, 2026 and February 17, 2026. Item A2, ratification of mayoral appointments to the Public Engagement Commission. Item A3, acceptance of the December 2025 check register. Item A4, report on interim urgency ordinance, senior mobile home park overlay, moratorium on conversions to all ages park. And item A5, general plan coastal use plan 2025 progress report, and finding the report is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Council wish to pull any item?
A5.
Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah. Well, I heard, I concur on that A5 that Councilmember Kiriakou called out. But the other is, I'll be voting separately on A4.
Okay.
Because I voted against that, so if we can have that isolated. from the
Isolated,
other.
okay. Okay, so A5. If you could read that into the record, what we're talking about.
Yes, thank you. That's item A5, general plan coastal land use plan 2025 progress report, and finding the report is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just wanted to point something out about the report and then ask a question. So I'm looking at, let's see, page 72 of the General Plan Coastal Land Use Plan 2025 Progress Report, and I'm looking at Table 4, the Housing Objectives Update. So this is basically a table of how are we progressing to date on our RHNA, our housing objectives. So between 2023 and 2031, the city is not responsible for, but is accountable for developing 1,837 units of housing with 682 units of very low income, 324 units of low income, 370 units of moderate, and 461 units of above moderate housing. And I wanted to point out our progress because we're basically a third of the way through the RHNA cycle. We've got 6 more years to go and we're 3 years in. If you can believe that, we're already 3 years in. And of our 1,837 units that we were allocated, this past year we did 363, so that was a very good year. The prior 2 years, 2023 and 2024, we had 21 and 38 units. So total units to date is 495, and we have 1,342 units to go. Most of our progress was in the above moderate category. We had 2 units to date in the moderate category, 117 units built so far in very low, and 124 units built in low. So my question is this. If you just look at the total units, we're about a third of the way towards our goal, maybe a little bit further. in a third of the period. But we're significantly below goal on some of the other categories, like moderate and very low. And so my question is there anything that we need to be prepared for as we go into our reporting to state HCD in terms of feedback that we might reasonably anticipate to get, or any kind of punitive actions that could be in the offing if we don't start making more progress on some of those other categories?
Sure. Councilmember Kiriako, so one of the ways we'll get reviewed by HCD, State Housing and Community Development, will be this progress throughout the period. We'll get reassessed, and I'll explain for what, but halfway through, and really that benchmark is after next year's reporting. So that's really kind of the halfway point. While 2031 is in the table, the reporting period ends like in February of 2031, so it's not going to be that full year. And so one of the things they'll reassess in June of 2027 is that progress. Are we halfway towards meeting those RHNA targets? And you may remember the bill SB 35. The state doesn't really refer to that SB 35 anymore because it got amended, and so now they have another acronym for kind of that accounting. But they'll look at how we have progressed on meeting our lower income, which is the combination of low and very low, so the target would be 1,006, and then our above moderate with the target being 461. And kind of depending on how we are progressing towards those two metrics, there may be projects that can avail themselves of streamlined processing moving forward. So that's kind of the consequence there is that streamlined processing for different housing projects. I'll note though that really because of Heritage Ridge, we're more than halfway towards meeting our above moderate. So we're actually on track for our above moderate. So that has some significance moving forward.
So Heritage Ridge is captured in our progress to date here.
Yeah, we account for projects based on building permit issuance. So basically when construction starts on a project. So Heritage Ridge was counted this year. Or
in all three categories, or just for the above moderate?
In all three categories. So the breakdown, like in 2025, the breakdown it's really just Heritage Ridge and ADUs. So the bulk of the units in 2025 were for Heritage Ridge.
Okay. Based on what you know of where things are at in the planning process, do we have any other significant projects coming down the pike that would bring us a significant number of units in the low and very low category?
So I'd like to defer in large part to the rest of the planning staff, so that might come up.
As opposed to advanced planning?
Yeah, we're aware. We all keep track of these things, but there are quite a few projects in the pipeline. The ones mentioned in the report would be the Shelby project, which was at Planning Commission yesterday, 61 units at Kellogg Way, 46 units at 5955 Calle Real, 16 units at 5638 Hollister, 59 units at 7360 Hollister, and then there's a lot of pending ADUs as well, and we get credit for ADUs. Yeah. I didn't break down the income categories on those projects because they're often in flux during the planning process, so it's hard to say what the eventual entitled numbers exactly will look like on those projects. So it'll be a fraction of those numbers.
I did see the ADUs captured in terms of the so far in the cycle, and it does look like we've had good progress with ADUs.
Yeah, we've overproduced ADUs based on our housing element estimates. So we're getting a little bit of an extra surplus as we see it. Compared to what we had in the housing element because we have overproduced, I think we assumed 17.25 ADUs per year, and we've overproduced every year of the cycle on that front.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I think what this shows us is, we're making progress. I do feel good about the decisions we made during the housing element process. We received a lot of criticism for using our existing capacity to help reach our target. It so far looks like, at least in terms of housing production, we're on track to meet our target, even without that existing capacity, but based on the new zoning and everything. But I do find myself a little bit concerned about our ability to hit the affordable numbers here, and so that's going to require probably some tough decisions down the road, because the alternative would be to lose some discretion over some of these future projects.
Yeah, and Councilmember Kiriakou, it really depends on meeting that above moderate is significant, and then whether we're meeting that lower. And currently, the way the streamlining works, we're judged on our fifth cycle currently, and we did not meet our lower income. So it looks like the status quo may continue in terms of which projects get streamlined under this metric.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Councilmember Keston?
Yeah. I had in Appendix E, it's really an interesting map because it shows where our current affordables are, the existing ones. And we had, it looked like about 586 in the whole city, of which 468 were rentals, 120 ownership. And it surprised me that it was a number quite as small as that. Well, so one question I had, it said that in 2029, some were expiring. Do we know how many are expiring? And does that count? How does HCD count that towards, does it affect our targets and so forth?
I see from our senior housing analyst, 4 units in 2029 would term out. So those would be, projects from the county. As like in terms of the reporting we look at in the annual progress report, we look at new production. So I don't see how that would change our 6 cycle numbers. But I think we'd have to look at it. It's not something we've had to report in the past. So if and when we got to that stage, I think we'd want to be really careful about how we report that, make sure we're accurately reflecting that if need be in the report. But we haven't had to do that yet, so I can't say with certainty what that would look like.
Okay. And I guess just a general comment that, number one, I think every single city and county throughout the state is going to be significantly challenged to hit their targets because all we've done is zone at a certain density. The ability to come up with some tool that'll make it affordable on those sites, the state did not give us that pathway. The only thing we have to get there, I gather, is simply whether our inclusionary policy or the bonus density that they take advantage of, and any kind of diff fees that we can dedicate, which isn't going to be much. So I do think, we're not alone as far as getting to those points. But as much as we can, if there is any kind of ideas that you have on how we can increase our take of affordables, how we can, the proportion of the housing that we generate, how we can increase how much of that is going to be affordable, I, would strongly welcome it. We've talked before when at the sort of remarkable series of events that happened at Heritage Ridge, where we went from, here's a property that had no requirement to come up with any kind of affordable units, and a new developer came in and opted to provide us, 35% or something? How much? 30% affordables, which is remarkable, and the same developers, I gather, are doing something similar in Carpinteria. So if there's any ways that you can think, what can get us to that? What can we do to increase that? I encourage you. I'd look forward to it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, does any other council member wanted to pull anything? I missed you? Okay. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speaker slips, Madam Mayor. For those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to a consent item, please use raised hand icon and I will call on you. I do have Angelina DiMartini. Please unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes. Angelina, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Angelina, go ahead and start.
Is it unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an echo?
Yeah, there's a bad echo. You might need to mute your speakers if there's other speakers in the room with the meeting on.
No, there's not.
Go ahead. Angelina, are you there?
I was just trying to see if I can stop the feedback. My apologies.
I think you're okay if you go ahead and speak.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. In 2024, CAB repeatedly requested of the City of Goleta Council a baseline bike count for Hollister Avenue regarding the proposed street narrowing. Despite the council's commitment to conduct this count before voting, it appears no baseline study bike count was produced. Furthermore, on information and belief, in December of 2024, a meeting was held at the Goleta Community Center concerning the narrowing of Hollister and was not publicly posted prior. As multiple council members were reportedly present, this lack of notice appears to be a Brown Act violation. The City Council proceeded to vote on the narrowing of Hollister in January of 2025 without the promised bike count data produced prior to. Consequently, as of January 26, there was no way to measure the project's impact on the bike usage. Additionally, local businesses in downtown Goleta appear to be suffering a lack of business and congestion due to the narrowing. I'm formally noting that these unfulfilled promises to produce the bike count prior to the vote has a potential economic impact on the downtown city of Goleta and the Hollister Avenue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers for consent.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I couldn't understand everything the speaker said because of the echo, but I did catch enough of it to understand that it had to do with the restriping to Hollister Avenue that was done a couple years ago. And I would just say that the council asked staff to come back with a status report on that a year ago. And that is currently scheduled for either April 7th or the second April meeting I'm seeing, April 21st. So April 21st, staff will make a presentation about lots of statistics, similar statistics that were shown over a year ago about the flow of traffic, parking utilization, bike utilization, accidents, et cetera. I heard some of what the speaker said, and so I'm just making that point that that meeting we'll do our best to allow the council to see how that striping has been going now that it's been over 2 years.
Thank you. I'm sorry that there was an echo on that. It was very difficult to understand what you were saying. Thank you for your help on that. Okay, so I'm looking for a motion for A1 through A4, and then we'll take A5 separately. No? No?
A4 is the one I think
Oh,
we're
excuse
excluding.
me. Okay, let's do A1, A2, A3, and A5. Okay, sorry about that. Would
So
someone like to
moved.
make that motion?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmembers, please do lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Parodi.
Aye. Okay, ayes have it. There you go. Okay. So now we'll take A4. Would you read that into the record so everybody
Yes.
knows what it is?
Of course, Mayor, it is item A4, report on interim urgency ordinance, senior mobile home park overlay, and moratorium on conversion to All Ages Park.
Okay. Okay. Roll call vote.
Do we need a motion?
Oh, yes, we
Right.
do need a motion. That would be helpful.
I'll move approval of A4.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second again.
Okay, roll call vote.
Councilmembers, please do lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan,
No.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Parodi.
Aye. Okay. 4-1. Okay. Moving on to our presentations.
That's item B1, a proclamation of the City of Goleta proclaiming March 7th through 14, 2026 as Arbor Week in the City of Goleta.
Mayor and council, sorry to interrupt. Did we take a vote on A5 separately?
No.
It was. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, though, for checking. Okay, so we have with us tonight George Thompson, Parks and Open Space Manager, and Public Tree Advisory Commission Chair, Jesse Allstat, to receive this proclamation. If you'd like to come up. You know the routine. Do you want to sit? Do you want to stand over here, or you want to? Okay, so we both can see it. Okay, we have a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, proclaiming March 7th through the 14th, 2026, as City of Goleta Arbor Week. Whereas Natural Arbor Week is a special week for the planting of trees and has been celebrated nationally and throughout the world for 154 years, since 1872. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for our wildlife. And whereas trees beautify our community, are a renewable resource, and are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Goletans will observe the celebration along with the state of California with planting trees. And whereas California State Assembly and Senate have approved Resolution ACR 10 Dickinson, establishing March 7th through March 14th of each year as a California Arbor Week. The measure urges all California residents to observe the week and appreciate tree planting activities and programs. And whereas all residents are urged to celebrate Arbor Week by planting and maintaining trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this third day of March 2026, the City Council of the City of Goleta, California, does hereby proclaim March 7th through March 14th, 2026, as the City of Goleta Arbor Week, and approved on this day, the third day of March 2026. Signed by myself, Paula Perotti. So if you, well, congratulations, first of all. I think probably we'll get one picture with us and then probably all of us.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay. Now with all of us. You got this down. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, tree on 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Awesome. Thank you.
If you'd like to say a few words, that'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you.
As chair of the Public Tree Advisory Commission, I am so pleased and grateful that the city is recognizing Arbor Week. And I am hopeful that City Council will continue to support our trees by prioritizing funds for our urban forests in the coming fiscal year. From the oxygen they make to the shade they cast and the habitat trees provide for hundreds of species of birds, dear to my heart, various mammals and insects, and to their sheer beauty and their perseverance throughout the decades and the sense of awe that they inspire in us. Trees are essential for human existence and for us to thrive and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for recognizing Arbor Week. It is celebrated up and down the coast and inland areas of California, and I think within Goleta, everybody can agree that we love trees. The proclamation and Arbor Week typically celebrates new tree plantings, and that's certainly been the case in the past. I know, Mayor, you've participated in quite a few tree plantings over the years, and those trees are doing great.
Good.
As well as multiple council members coming out to tree plantings at Stowe Grove. We planted 100 trees several years ago. Elwood has been a huge focus for the city recently, planting trees. And with that, I have just a couple stats that I wanted to share, because sometimes we forget that we've planted a lot of trees over the past couple of years. Since October 2024, we planted 558 trees at Elwood, almost entirely with volunteers. Over 1,000 people have showed up since October 2024 to help plant trees. We planted 25 trees in Old Town Goleta along Hollister Avenue, and those trees are doing great. Our crews were just out there tending to them. 100 trees at Stowe Grove, 75 new redwoods, 25 incense cedars. And on March 14th, to celebrate Arbor Week, we are hoping to plant 215 more native trees at Elwood. We invite the community to come out and celebrate with us. Our Streets Division crews are also focused on replanting 11 trees on Berkeley Road next week. So we're gearing up to do that. That's an exciting new work effort for our crews. Over the last several years, we have planted 1,008 trees in Goleta, and that is something to be recognized. Last but not least, I had the pleasure of inspecting 99 trees at a big commercial nursery several weeks ago that are slated for our new train station. So we've got 99 new trees going in at that facility. We're looking forward to that. I also wanted to mention, in the vein of taking care of the trees that we have, our PTAC recently reviewed 5 trees that were nominated by one of our commissioners, Ken Knight, for heritage tree status. This is the first time that's happened in our city's history. If all goes according to plan, those will come to City Council at a later date. But the PTAC reviewed them, 5 trees, and I just want to point out that 3 of those 5 trees are national champions, meaning they are the largest of the species in the nation, and they're right here in Goleta. Amazing. So with that, thank you so much for recognizing our Arbor Week. Every day is Arbor Day for us in Public Works, and we just really appreciate the community support and your support, Mayor and Council, for this special event.
Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Smith, would you like to say?
Oh, yes, just briefly. I wanted to thank Ms. Allstat for her continued service on the Public Tree Advisory Commission. We have several different commissions, and we don't often get the opportunity to thank our commissioners for their work. And then also to Mr. Thompson, the ongoing efforts, particularly in Elwood. I ran into a parent recently who mentioned that, they were excited to get more involved with the city, and as a family they had gone out to volunteer, and how rewarding that was. So just a plug, if you're interested in volunteering, our city staff will hook you up. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you. I also want to thank Ms. Allstat for her work on PTAC, and also just her advocacy for trees in general in the community during projects like the San Jose Creek multimodal path project, for example. Really looking forward to all those trees that are going to get planted along the new Eckwell Road. That's going to be a really exciting thing for the city. And I can't wait, and I'm really excited to, as soon as possible, get a lot more trees replanted along the San Jose Creek path area, particularly the part as you get closer to the 101. There's a lot of trees that have been removed, and we're looking forward to a lot more trees coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
Madam Mayor, I have no speaker slips. For those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon, and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Okay, moving on to the next presentation.
Item B2, Tri-County Regional Energy Network, 3C REN Annual Update.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We're here tonight with a representative from Santa Barbara County, Garrett Wong, who's here to present to us the annual report from the Tri-County Regional Energy Network.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Good evening, council members. Garrett Wong here. I am the Sustainability Division Manager for the County of Santa Barbara. I'm also a co-director for the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, or as we would like to refer to it as 3C REN. I'm here tonight to present to you some highlights from our annual report and highlight some of the projects and the work that we've been doing in the city of Goleta, as well as across our territory. And just remind the community what 3C REN is and where they can find incentives and resources for energy efficiency, electrification, workforce development, and other resources and benefits. Next slide. So for those who do follow some of the energy space, you might know that we are often confused with 3CE. That acronym stands for Central Coast Community Energy. We are 3C REN. That stands for the Tri-County Regional Energy Network. So what is the difference? Well, 3CE is your default electricity provider. As a city council, you opted into this program on behalf of the community. 3CE provides the residents and businesses with mostly carbon-free electricity, working on getting to 100% renewable electricity by 2030. They have staff that serve the community. They also offer programming, whether it's technical assistance for member agencies or financial resources to residential and commercial customers, primarily to transition to all-electric either vehicles or buildings, both in existing as well as new construction. 3C REN is a slightly different entity. So we are run by local governments as well. However, we only focus on energy efficiency as well as electrification programs. And we're funded differently than 3CE. So next slide. So all utility rate payers, except for those that are in publicly owned utility territories like Lompoc, pay a surcharge, and that's called the Public Purpose Programs Surcharge. So all utility rate payers, whether it's electricity or natural gas to PG&E, SCE, or SoCalGas, pay this fee. It's a very minor fee, and it's collected by the Public Utilities Commission at the state. All that funding goes into what's called an energy efficiency portfolio, and then it gets redistributed out to different program administrators for energy efficiency programs. This includes the investor-owned utilities. Also, CCA programs can elect to become program administrators, but regional energy networks, which are mostly local government run, can also become program administrators and receive this funding. We created a regional energy network because we believed that we could do a better job at reaching our community when it comes to the incentives and the resources that energy programs should be providing, particularly hard to reach customers who may not speak English, customers who may not own their property to make certain energy investments, small businesses. So there's certain types of customers that we're trying to help fill a market gap for when it comes to energy efficiency programming. By having a regional energy network, we're able to capture some of those energy efficiency dollars that could potentially be directed elsewhere and really focus on our community's needs. And so we're happy to have started this REN back in 2019 and have been successfully operating for the past 7 years and are actually on the cusp of submitting a new business plan which extends our funding and expands our resources well into the mid-2030s, and we're going to be doing that in the next 2 weeks, actually. Next slide. So as a tri-county program, we are obviously run by 3 counties in partnership with San Luis Obispo and Ventura County. We split up the work by working on different aspects of energy efficiency, administration, and implementation. Ventura County is our administrative lead, so they're the ones who file on behalf of our regional energy network. They're the ones who are ultimately responsible for the utility ratepayer dollars at the end of the day. But we all run in partnership various programs across the whole Tri-County region. Next slide. I spoke a little bit about our history. I won't go too in-depth on this, but I just wanted to point out that energy efficiency programming has been a long history in this region, and working across the Tri-County region has also had a long history as well. And regional energy networks are somewhat of a newer paradigm. They first started back in the early 2010s in Los Angeles County and the Bay Area. We were the 3rd regional energy network to come into existence. And now that we've seen that proliferate extensively in the Inland Empire, in the Upper Central Coast region, in the Northern California region, in the San Diego region, so regional energy networks, just like community choice energy programs, have expanded significantly, which I think is a good paradigm shift, moving programs, particularly community-serving programs, away from utilities into local control. Next slide. So our services kind of fall into 3 broad buckets. We have incentives, which are where most of us are familiar with when it comes to rebates and getting funding for projects in our homes and our businesses. We also offer more industry-focused programming in the form of training and events and energy code assistance. So the energy code constantly changes, although for the next 6 years, that's not really going to be happening, at least in the residential space. But it can be challenging to navigate the energy code and design a code-compliant building or design a higher efficiency building. And so we offer that assistance for free for both architects and designers and engineers who need that assistance, as well as for local building officials and staff who need assistance in interpreting some of the policies as well. We offer technical assistance, so that's not necessarily offering funding directly to customers, but we offer technical assistance for customers to help navigate and understand their operations from an energy standpoint, and then identify opportunities and potential resources to make certain transitions. And so we work with staff, your sustainability staff, to identify projects both for your operations as well as for your community members. And we're happy to talk about, I'm happy to talk about our achievements both across our territory as well as here in Goleta. So this is a 2024 annual report, and we're actually working on our 2025 annual report. So the information is a little bit dated, but you can expect that the numbers are actually improving, so that's a good thing. I will come back in a few months when we do have that 2025 report, and we'll have that to report on and share with you when that's available. But broadly speaking, we're reaching thousands of people when it comes to our programs, whether it's through our training or our projects that we're able to fund and serve. And so we're seeing more and more people know about who we are and know how to utilize our programs, which is a good thing. Next slide. So specifically here in Goleta, in the year of 2024, this is the calendar year of 2024, we saw a modest number of projects being completed, but that is, again, growing. And so this is the single-family program. Single-family customers participate, mostly getting more energy-efficient water heaters or going to switch out their heating, ventilation, and cooling systems. We do prioritize, like I said, the hard-to-reach customers. So these are customers who may not otherwise avail themselves of utility programs. And we sometimes are able to get no-cost projects for customers. So no money out of pocket in order for them to receive these benefits. Next slide. We did have a very large multifamily project that we completed in 2024. This is the Patterson Place apartment complex, and that was all HVAC units. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with the improvements that they made over there. All of those units you see on the side of the building, those are heat pump HVAC units. So the heat pumps are the newer technology that we're trying to promote. They both do heating and cooling very efficiently, and they don't use natural gas. So we're reducing we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we're increasing energy efficiency, and we're improving occupant comfort at the end of the day. So making sure that people can be safe and comfortable in their homes. Next slide. We have launched a commercial energy savings program. Again, this was dated back in 2024. And so we're happy to see that in 2025, we did exhaust our program funding for commercial sector. And we are focused on the small and medium-sized businesses. A lot of businesses along Old Town are participating as well. So we're doing the work to make sure that businesses are aware, and would obviously love to have the support of the council and the staff to promote our resources to those customers. Next slide. So in 2024, we also held a significant number of training events. The events themselves weren't in Goleta specifically, but we did have a number of Goleta participants attending, whether they live or work in Goleta. We do track that. And so 86 attendees from this city participated in our events. Next slide. As I mentioned, we also provide code support for folks navigating the energy code. Wasn't that whole lot of activity coming from the city in this regard, so maybe that's a good sign. People know what to do when it comes to the energy code. We'll look ahead to 2025 to see if that activity has changed. Maybe a little less relevant for this community, but we do offer technical assistance for agriculture, and that was a new development back in 2024. So we're trying to help agricultural operations understand their needs, their costs when it comes to energy, and then identify potential options when it comes to improving both on costs as well as energy consumption. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and comments, and again, look forward to presenting our 2025 annual impact report when it's available. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Garrett, thank you. Nice to see you again. I'm looking at the slide 14, the 2024 achievements in Goleta. And training events are great, code coach inquiries are great. Do you have a sense of, forgive the phrase, blue book value of some of the improvements that you've made in Goleta? You mentioned the Patterson Place improvements, right? And so, it's hard to quantify for the residents, like the value of being able to go from 60s and 70s era apartments without any kind of cooling to being able to have something like that. But there is a way to perhaps quantify the financial savings for the property owner or the value of the service that was provided. Are those numbers that we have access to, so we can kind of get a sense of the financial impact that Goleta is benefiting from these Public Utility Commission dollars flowing into our community? And
Absolutely, yes. So I could work with your staff, and we can make sure that you have, by jurisdiction, what kinds of incentives that those projects are receiving. Generally speaking, replacing a heat pump or installing a heat pump water heater, they are significantly more expensive than a conventional water heater, so they're going to run somewhere between $8,000 to $11,000 when fully installed. For smaller units of HVAC systems, you could probably expect the same thing. If you're doing like a whole home, which has multiple rooms and will have kind of a more larger central system, that can run upwards of $20,000 to $25,000 for maybe like a 2,500 square foot home. So that's kind of the order of magnitude in terms of the incentives that we're able to pay for these projects.
Okay, and then we talked about an apartment project. The multifamily incentive program, are there examples either in your jurisdiction or perhaps in other jurisdictions where homeowner associations, condos, particularly older, condo conversion from like the 50s, 60s, and 70s apartment buildings that, got a new life. Are they able to benefit from these kinds of these programs? Or does it really work better when there's just sort of one owner or one entity that you're dealing with?
We're happy to work with anyone as long as they're responsive. And so if you have those kinds of connections, we'd love to follow up with them.
Okay, thank you. And I'll finish with just a comment. Just, it's nice to see you coming out and having this conversation and educating us and educating our community. It's really refreshing because I know when we talk to the business community and we talk to property owners, a lot of times the conversation is very tilted towards, you're imposing mandates on us, you're making us kind of bear the brunt of greening the town and the community, right? And so it's nice to see 90% cost coverage and some of these other successes that you've had, and it gives me hope that we can continue working with our business community to try and not have to have that choice between protecting the community, protecting the environment, and looking out for our businesses too. So just thank you for all your work.
Great. And just to follow up, we can make sure that you and your staff have the right promotional material so that way you can go out equipped with that information.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to comment that it was, I think it's great to see that there was, one large rental property that was involved. And I think overall, because City of Goleta, and I know throughout the South Coast, we're I think close to 50% renters, and in other places the percentage is even higher. And there's a lot. There's so much fear among renters in terms of even reporting basic habitability concerns, let alone something like energy efficiency. So I do think, in addition to the owners, I think there may be a role for some of the larger property management companies, because we do have a lot of, kind of smaller, certainly single-family homes that are rented, and other smaller properties, but they might be managed by one larger entity. So, I don't know if there's a role there for those larger property management companies. And then just thinking about also on the South Coast that we really have an aging population and how important it's going to be moving forward in terms of potentially folks having access to air conditioning, where, maybe 20 or 30 years ago, we didn't really need it. I think that's going to become increasingly important, particularly for vulnerable seniors. So thank you for this presentation. It was very informative.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. Well, a little bit on that note, I know that it wasn't in 2024, but I believe Lucy Wren worked with Encina Royale in Goleta, the senior community there, and did presentations to that community about these different programs, and worked with a lot of residents there to get heat pumps and things like that installed in their units. And I think for that population, the feedback I heard was the connection with the contractors and kind of walking them through the whole process was so huge. Seniors, I think, are also really always concerned about being taken advantage of and navigating a complex system with all the rebates. And so that technical support or that support was really, really great, as well as having bilingual members of your team also available to walk residents through all of this if they were Spanish speaking. So thank you for that work too. And I guess those were the two things I wanted to share. Thank you. Thanks for all the hard work.
We work with enrolled contractors, so any contractor who does this kind of work, whether it's HVAC or water heating or home improvements, it could also be insulation, windows, and things like that. All they have to do is become an enrolled contractor with us. It's a relatively low bar to become an enrolled contractor, but we do work with them to make sure that they understand our program. But ultimately, we know contractors do what they do best. They sell their work and they get jobs done. and we want to make sure that they are obviously the best representative of our programs, and so I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
Councilmember Caston.
Yeah, no, it sounds very interesting, very innovative in many ways. Do you have grants as well? That is it? It's primarily sort of technical assistance and helping people directly, right?
Right. So we offer incentives which go to these types of projects of typically replacing like a water heater system, HVAC system. So those are rebates basically, or incentive payments to buy down the costs. We don't do grants. This is utility ratepayer funding, which has very specific limits on the types of uses that we can spend it on.
Okay, that's fine. How limited is your funding? Are you tapped out many years, or is there a waiting list for support?
So we have enough funding, again, to administer these programs across a 3-county region, and we're seeing hundreds of households participate, dozens of businesses participating across the Tri-County region, and that number is continuing to grow. We are in our next business plan kind of holding a steady state of funding requests. We are adjusting our incentive levels because as more projects get done, the incentive to get them done doesn't have to be as high. So we're, I'll say, comfortable in where we're at with our funding. One of the nice things about being a regional energy network is that we're not necessarily competing with anyone else to offer this service in our territory. So we're not having to, again, compete when we submit this business plan. There's no other business plans being submitted for the Tri-County region. The other thing I'll mention, since you mentioned grants, again, not to be confusing, but the Central Coast Community Energy 3CE, on occasion does offer grants for particular types of projects. Mostly as member agencies, you're able to take advantage of that. I don't think I've seen grant making for a couple years, but they have done that prior.
And have sort of the situation at the federal government had an impact in terms of, I assume people would stack some of these things together. How much has it had an impact?
How long do we have tonight?
Sorry to ask.
Yeah, well, I guess more specifically, so the federal government did have tax incentives that would be eligible to take advantage of, particularly for these types of projects. If you wanted to buy an electric vehicle, if you wanted to install a charging station, if you wanted to put solar on your house or a battery system, those all had tax credits available. Those are either gone or they're going away very soon. And so we have seen, I'll say, a shift, but that doesn't avoid the fact that we're still paying for projects up front. So it's really, again, we're reducing the barrier significantly with our funding, that the projects are still happening. And it would have just been icing on the cake if the customer were able to get tax credit at the end of the day. So we're having to look more internally, more locally when it comes to helping to fill the gap that the federal government has left.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation and clearing up what 3C REN does and what 3CE is. I think there was some confusion, so I appreciate your presentation. And do we have any speakers?
I have no speaker slips. Those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our next item is item B3, Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce 5-year strategic plan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I have come bearing gifts. We're going to give you, hot off the presses, our new Santa Barbara South Coast magazine. And inside is a copy of the strategic plan, which I'm very pleased to be invited to get to present to you tonight. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. And as I said, very happy to get to share with you our 5-year strategic plan. Because 5 years ago, something extraordinary happened. A group of business leaders came together with an idea. They love this community, they believe in this region, and they want to do more. More for the community, more for the local economy, and more to protect and preserve the quality of life for everyone on the South Coast. They were laser focused on shrinking the gaps between our regions of Goleta, Carpinteria, and Santa Barbara, gaps between business and government, gaps between the high-tech economy and the hospitality economy, and between organizations working hard in parallel, but not always in partnership, and the painful gap between those thriving and those barely getting by. That group created a spark. It ignited a movement to unify our 3 chambers of commerce into one engine focused on strengthening our economy and closing those gaps. 5 years later, that spark has grown into a 10-person professional team, a bustling visitor center, 5 signature events, hundreds of ribbon cuttings, thousands of visitors greeted, and more than 100 media stories every year. We have 850 members, 44 President's Circle partners, a board with extraordinary depth, 5 published policy reports, and real working relationships with every city and the county. We work closely with the airport, UC Santa Barbara, and City College. Nonprofits rely on us, major employers rely on us, and small businesses rely on us. At this 5-year mark, we took a year to reflect, to listen, to study, to look closely across the South Coast at what matters most to each community. Our new 5-year strategic plan focuses on 5 strategies. 3 of those shape the region. Elevating understanding of the business community's impact, supporting leaders who prioritize economic vitality, and cutting through red tape to make life easier for both businesses and residents. 2, build the capacity to get that done, establishing an economic development foundation and growing our membership events and visitor services. Storytelling is one of our strategies. It's about harnessing the power of our local stories, why business matters, and who makes up the diverse faces of the South Coast business community and the good land. And the Chamber itself is ready to grow. Since the merger, we have focused on our infrastructure like a lean startup, but the time has come to reach outward to the vast areas of our region and the deep corners of our neighborhoods to invite every business to join and participate. All of this is aimed at one essential outcome: strengthening the economy in Goleta, Santa Barbara, and Carpinteria. For decades, our local economy may have thrived almost effortlessly on a rare combination of high-tech industry startups, world-class business innovation, and a high quality of life. But the world changed, and we didn't always change along with it. Retail flipped, remote work shaped housing demands, downtowns evolved, technology and AI rewired our daily lives, and policies designed decades ago to protect us have now become bottlenecks. Economic health doesn't happen just organically anymore. Ensuring stable jobs, growing small business, supporting new housing now requires a new level of intention, leadership, and public-private partnerships. We're aware that the learning curve on this may be a little steep about economic development and how local economies grow. The hardest thing any of us ever do is change. You've already started. Your investment in economic development, housing, and downtown strategies is the beginning of real progress. Change is hard, but our commitment is deep. A thriving community depends on strong jobs, strong small business, innovation, and visionary leadership. We're excited to share our plans and to invite you to see yourselves in this positive future working together. And now I'd like to introduce our board chair, Tom Patton, who helped lead us through this planning process.
Thank you so much, Kristen. Good evening, Mayor Perotti and fellow council members. My name is Tom Patton. I'm the managing partner of the Ramada by Wyndham. I've spent more than 3 decades working in Goleta's hospitality industry and serving on the boards of our local lodging associations, Visit Santa Barbara, and the Chamber of Commerce. In 2025, our board made a deliberate decision to design our next 5 years with intention. We ask ourselves, what kind of region do we want to create, and what role must we play to get there? We live here, we work here, we raise our families here. We are long-term stakeholders in the community's success. While my focus is through the lens of the hospitality community, this conversation is much broader. Hospitality is just one component of a larger economic ecosystem that includes workforce development, strengthening our talent pipeline, opening doors for students, especially those historically underserved, and supporting entrepreneurs and small businesses. Economic development is not just about revenue or tax base, it's about opportunity. When we get it right, we expand access to good jobs, strengthen local business, and create pathways for upward mobility. Over the past year, we've met with former board chairs, current members, non-members, employers both small and large, nonprofits, and many of you who helped inform us of the strategies for our 5-year strategic plan. The one message that came through consistency was that we need better collaboration between business and government. We've come to appreciate working with the City of Goleta as a true partner, especially on the city's Economic Development Strategic Plan and the Economic Development Committee. The next steps are to build on this partnership by creating an ongoing framework that allows business leaders and city leadership to work together proactively. We want to help close that gap. We want to connect our deep reservoir of business-minded people who want to serve on our commissions, on boards, and in elected office, and help the community move forward with a focus on economic vitality. Let's continue to build that together and make Goleta the model for what intentional economic collaboration looks like. And with that, I will hand it over to Dustin, who is leading our next major step.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, council members, it's good to see you. As a major piece of the Chamber Strategic Plan, I'm proud to announce the formation of the Santa Barbara Economic Development Foundation, which is a separate 501c3 organization that's linked to but distinct from the Chamber. I'm really excited about this because this is a modern, proven model that's used by chambers throughout the country, and it really allows us to expand our work beyond our traditional membership services in order to support the full entire business community. My role previously as the Director of Public Policy is shifting to Director of Economic Development to focus entirely on this effort. That means continuing the workforce pipeline efforts that the Chamber has led for the past 2 years, engaging more businesses in order to help local youth and underemployed residents connect with high mobility jobs in our community. The foundation will also expand the Chamber's efforts around workforce housing solutions and business retention programs that are critical to a healthy economy. The foundation will work to partner with every city, the county, City College, UCSB, and our other partners to support quality jobs for every level of our workforce. One of the first major initiatives of the Santa Barbara Economic Development Foundation will be to gather and share reliable local economic and business data. This data will help government, businesses, and community members make decisions based upon more timely, localized data. We as a community often find ourselves wanting for data and needing to operate on assumptions. The foundation aims to address this challenge so our community can feel confident that we're making the right decisions to create change and economic opportunity. And of course, all of this progress depends on tackling our policy bottlenecks. During the strategic planning process, permit reform rose to the #1 priority across every sector, whether it was small businesses, large businesses, residents, and nonprofits. As a community, we've known for some time that something needs to change. We definitely have some policy reform wins that we can celebrate over the years, but there's still much more to do. However, this isn't something that the council or staff can be expected to take on themselves. Strategic, specific, and timely input is needed from the business community, and the Chamber is committed to partnering with the city to gather that input and convene those conversations. We believe the momentum is here and that the community is ready and local government is leaning in. And our job at the Chamber, and my job, is to work with government partners to push these reforms forward and strengthen our reputation as a business-friendly region on the South Coast. Thank you. I'm going to turn it back to Kristen.
Thank you.
Our focus in the years ahead remains anchored in 3 industries that shape the strength of our region and Goleta: high tech, hospitality, and healthcare. When these sectors flourish, our whole community rises. And here in the city of Goleta, our big bet is technology. Goleta stands at the forefront of a remarkable regional tech transformation, anchored by world-class tech giants and brilliant innovation spawning from UC Santa Barbara that continues to draw cutting-edge companies and talent to our community. The Techtopia brand has successfully elevated our identity as a preferred location for startups and established tech leaders alike, fostering collaboration, workforce development, and global visibility. As we look ahead, the Chamber remains committed to nurturing this ecosystem, ensuring infrastructure, equitable opportunity, and quality of life keep pace with our region's extraordinary growth. Now, with our 5-year plan in place, we look toward our friends at each city, the county, City College, UC Santa Barbara, the neighborhoods, the airport, nonprofits, the tech and manufacturing community to join us in this mindset of growth, innovation, creativity, interdependence, and visionary leadership. We do have big dreams, big hearts, and these are big plans. But it's grounded in real success, real fundamentals, and our unwavering belief that this community of what we can achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay, I see some speakers. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you. First, I want to commend the chair for being here. I know serving on a board is sometimes a thankless role. So thank you for your time and commitment to the Chamber, and thank you for this presentation. I think it's really great to hear about the data aspect, because I know even for us in government, so often we're looking for additional data. So I think that can go a long way. One of the things that's been discussed is sort of the lack of information, or maybe cohesive information about certain things related to housing and rental properties. So I know from a city perspective, that's something that we have seen. And then, I think some of these discussions regarding housing affordability, whether you're a large company like Google or, a small hotel or other small business, I think housing affordability is going to just remain an ongoing challenge. So hopefully as a city, we can continue to partner on those efforts.
Councilmember Keston.
Yeah, well, first, just thank you. I won't steal what I sure is the comments you're hoping to make, but your advocacy for childcare related work. And I think that it wasn't specifically mentioned here, but you've been vigorous in pursuing that, and I think that's really valuable for the community. I just wanted to offer kind of one sort of cautionary kind of observation, and that is when we're talking about growing the economy, promoting the region, and bringing businesses in, adding high-paying jobs, it's going to have an impact on housing prices as more people come in, especially high-income people, and it's going to increase rents, and we start running a risk in a lot of those areas for gentrification, especially in Old Town, as you know, they get squeezed out. So it's something, as you ponder where this goes and what we do, we want to make sure that, you know, we understand the unintended consequences of that as we promote the area, promote the businesses, expand the presence of Goleta, and but otherwise, I thank you for the report, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. Mine is a brief comment. Thank you, all three of you, for being here and sharing this. It is really ambitious goals, and it's great to get an update and hear more about what you're doing. I wanted to highlight my appreciation for your continued focus on how to connect our local youth into these pathways and different opportunities. I know I've shared this before and will continue to encourage, you know, how important that is. You know, as a council member and even as a school board member before that, I hear so often from parents who love our community and want their kids to have an opportunity to either go to college here and stay here or go to college somewhere else and come back, but that they have those meaningful pathways for a job or career that allows them the opportunity to stay here. And for also just so many of our adults who want to maybe upskill or move into some of these positions that maybe don't necessarily require a professional degree, but that those opportunities are also available to them. So I'm looking forward to continuing to partner with you on making those connections. I think that has a lot of positive opportunity here in the community. So thank you.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Hello. I was hoping to ask some questions. So, you know, I mean, let me start with appreciation. So I do appreciate the tech focus. I mean, I've got like 5 Google offices in my district right now. I think we're getting a 6th, probably a pretty big 6th one pretty soon. And I appreciate the focus on healthcare, especially since we have a graying community, an aging community, not just here, but just statewide, right? They call it the silver tsunami. One of the things that stood out for me was the focus on tech and healthcare. And so, you know, tech means a lot of things to a lot of different people right now. And I'm just wondering, how do you envision the chamber's role locally in bridging some of the gaps that are going to be created by technology, right? So you have artificial intelligence happening, growing exponentially, you know, faster than people had projected. You have local companies trying to survive in healthcare. You have mergers. I mean, I think Cottage just acquired one local company. I think Sutter is acquiring some others. So there's a real danger in that people that are in sort of those missing middle income type jobs that need housing, need affordable housing, need affordable childcare, are going to suddenly find themselves on the outside looking in. Healthcare margins are not getting any better. The federal government the last few years has been cutting the reimbursement rates for Medicare, for example. So you have reimbursement rates going down as you have the population going up. And someone has to pay the bill. So what do you see the chamber's role in helping to facilitate a community conversation to try and have the right approach to AI, the right approach to understanding the value of some of these jobs that companies that are having to make tough decisions might just decide to go the route of AI or the route of virtual assistants?
Well, this is such a simple question, James. I mean, I'll
Sorry.
just answer this in my 1 minute here. But really, you're hitting on all of the themes that I think we just talked about. Right at the end, you said, How do we, educate the community about this? And that is the storytelling angle that we're talking about, is really to raise everyone's awareness about what businesses are here, what they're doing, and where the growth opportunities are, and an appreciation for business growth, adding to the local economy in a way that really does help some of our other problems that we're always looking about, like having enough revenue to do things and having investment. We essentially look at the question you're asking in two lenses. One is about promoting the region as a business-friendly place to do business, not so much to bring new businesses in, but to grow the ones we have. So if our local businesses are able to get through a permit process that helps them expand and grow, we want to keep those people who are already here thriving. The second is this focus on workforce pipeline. So the reason we focus on those three sectors that I mentioned is because they all already have existing growth opportunity. There are other industries that we'd love to see grow, and we're helping them as well, but these have open positions. So when we look at our county-wide statistics, and they are mirrored here in Goleta as well, with that growing K that you talked about, the growth lines going up and the growth lines going down, and that missing middle in the middle, we see our role as matching people who are already live here, the youth that you mentioned, Luz, into the open positions in those three growing sectors. You don't want to help someone get a job into an industry that's then going to move away. But if these are the three that are have open positions and are thriving into the future, that's where we want to try to keep our local youth moving into, and our the upward mobility jobs that exist.
Okay. And then I guess I'll skip my last question. I'll just make a comment. And this kind of touches upon something that Councilmember Kasdan mentioned a minute ago. I really see the role of the chamber over the last 5 years as we went into and then came out of COVID. The chamber probably moved the ball on the child care conversation for local business as much as any community stakeholder. You really did.
I'm going to come back up so I can say thank you.
And then here's the part you might not like as much.
Okay.
I challenge you to not lose the momentum and the focus that you developed over the last 5 years as you go into the next 5. I do see little pockets within the plan related to economic development in particular where I think there's a role to play and a chance to not lose that focus. I just hope that you'll keep that up, because I think whether it was the county housing element process and getting some childcare in some of those sites, the advocacy with Congressman Carbajal and now President Pro Tem Limon and Assemblymember Hart. I mean, I do feel like there was some advocacy there and some spotlight there that really did help move the community conversation. And I just hope that we can not lose that.
I appreciate that so much. And honestly, the Economic Development Foundation that we are announcing and that Dustin is working so much on gives us the capacity to do just what you said and keep all of the existing initiatives that we found are working, and perhaps even be able to add more.
Yeah, thank you. I work in human resources, and a lot of the conversations I have with employees right now is about, I lost my child care, I'm trying to find another one, I can't get the hours to work, it's costing me so much. It's just, the problem's not going away.
I'll relate it to one more item, which is we have a lot of data on this, but one of the things that we're hoping to do next is bring some of the data points that are coming about childcare, about local growth and jobs, about housing, and put that together meaningfully so that we can implement policies and support business that are achieving those things.
And then I am going to ask my question.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry, because I know you're passionate about housing. So the consortium, there were workshops happening, there were conversations, there were people being flown, I think, from Denver.
Mm-hmm.
How's that going? Is that still happening? Is that, is a pin been stuck in it? Is it progressing right on track?
It's a great question. We still have found no barrier or challenge to doing those consortiums. We continue to work on putting together the details of how exactly it can move forward. The main pause right now is we want to apply those consortiums to new construction. So as new construction is coming online, will be our first chances to actually implement it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I too want to thank you for your very ambitious strategic plan. I agree with a lot of the things in there that you're talking about. Obviously, we all care about childcare and housing. You know, and thank you for arranging for the council to go on a couple tours. Was it this week? And last week. And anyway, I want to thank you for that. I learned a lot. And the one thing that really stood out on one of the businesses, the gentleman that was presenting the tour said, we have some great employees here, and we want to keep them. And because we asked, what are your challenges? And the challenges was housing. They can't afford to live here. So we want to be able to have people live where they work and be part of the community. So I think that's an ambitious goal that we all share, trying to work through that. But it's good to see it in your strategic plan and all the things that you're doing. So thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciated it. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, those of you on the Zoom webinar wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon. I do have a speaker slip for Laurel Sykes. All speakers will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I feel like everything was already said and you don't need me anymore. I've been a member of the Chamber Board for the last 4 years and was part of the 5-year strategic planning process after a year of intense debate and conversation and a lot of community outreach. Through those conversations, it wasn't surprising that we all share the same common barriers to continued economic growth and development as companies and employers here in town, namely around recruiting qualified talent due to the high cost of housing and the need for workforce development, as well as policy bottlenecks that impede plans for growth. This regional chamber believes that a stronger business community means a stronger local economy, leading to better outcomes for all residents and a higher tax base to support the city's critical services. I'm particularly passionate about 2 of those key strategic priorities. Number 1, to serve as a natural convener and trusted hub for regional economic development growth, and to advocate for smart, consistent public policies that support business and community success. With the formation of the new Economic Development Foundation under the Chamber's umbrella, the Chamber can continue its work to build a sustainable workforce development program to support various industries like the ones we've mentioned here, but we've also discussed the trades and some of these other areas where we have need. And also to increase capacity to be the trusted economic development partner of local jurisdictions like the City of Goleta. This partnership also means addressing the very real policy bottlenecks that exist within our communities. Part of the reason I feel so strongly about this work is because as an executive at American Riviera Bank who oversees both human resources and compliance, I see every day how our clients and our employees are affected by these barriers to growth, especially when it comes to recruiting specialized talent. Recently, I had a top candidate that I was very excited to be able to hire who accepted a position in a key tech position for our company, and he ultimately withdrew from consideration because he could not secure affordable housing here. So now I'm back to the drawing board. In other areas, we've been able to focus on upskilling our existing workforce, and as a large employer here in the South Coast, we're fortunate to have the resources to develop robust in-house talent development programs. But we know that smaller businesses often lack this capacity and rely on the Chamber in order to have that support. This is why the partnership between the city, the Chamber, and our local businesses is essential to help build talent pipelines for the entire region and to support public policies, including those that would support new workforce housing options for all sectors. Working together, we can accomplish a lot more than we can do on our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, you need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. back to order.
Item C1, Planning and Environmental Review Department Priority Setting Workshop Fiscal Year 2026-27 Annual Work Program.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Imhoff, you going to kick this off?
Yes, I will. Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is an opportunity to look in depth at the work of the Planning and Environmental Review Department, and in particular to look ahead at our work for the next fiscal year. I would like to begin by introducing myself and our division and program managers. I'm Peter Imhoff, the Planning and Environmental Review Director, and to my left in order are Dana Murray, our Sustainability Manager, Ann Wells, our Advanced Planning Manager, Lisa Prossi, our Current Planning Manager, and Lucy Graham, who runs our Senior Housing Program. So tonight I will update the Council on our existing work commitments and how we're doing on those. We'll look at our staffing and workload by each division and each program. And then we'll present to you our potential new work projects for the upcoming fiscal year and ask the Council to discuss and then give us direction on setting priorities for our work for the next fiscal year. And as I've done in prior years, at the end of the presentation, I will bring up an interactive spreadsheet that will allow us in real time to order and reorder work and add work items per your direction. So this next slide just is an overview, an organizational chart of the department. It shows the 6 divisions of the Planning and Environmental Review Department: current planning, advanced planning, sustainability, affordable housing, our admin division, and then also building and safety. They comprise a total of 19 and a half full-time equivalents of city employees, plus an additional approximately 4 full-time equivalents through Wildan, who provides building and safety services to the city on a contract basis. So this next slide really highlights some of the major themes and the priorities as we look ahead to the next year. And I do want to dwell a little bit on this slide because I think a lot of the topics are big ones that really influence and will track through all of our discussion tonight. So some of the major themes that are affecting us right now, in no particular order, are the implementation of major new housing legislation that we're facing and that we have now for at least the past 5 years, really more like 10 years. We've had a series of new housing mandates and new legislation out of Sacramento, and as a department, certainly on the current planning side, also on the advanced planning side, we've had to really try to interpret and digest all that information and begin to implement it. And related to that, we've had to then try to balance new state mandates, new state mandated work with the local discretionary work items that council would like us to pursue. So that's an ongoing challenge and something that we're going to seek to do through this work program. And connected with that, then we'd like to look at, and you'll hear a little bit about how I'm going to seek to rebalance workload between the divisions to be as efficient as we can and to accomplish as much as we can as we go forward. Connected to that and to our implementation of new legislation, we have our implementation of the recently adopted housing element. We had some questions about that related to the consent item, our annual progress report, and we can talk more about that in more detail tonight. And downstream of that, the adoption of our housing element, we also then have massive new projects, a lot of permit activity and permits that are going through our system. However, our permit activity is not limited to housing. There is a lot of other work, major projects, just some examples: a church, a hospital, aquatic center, a shopping center facade lift, a quantum computing facility, a utility scale battery storage project. The list goes on. That's just kind of a flavor. So lest you get the impression that it's all housing all the time, it is not. There's a lot of other work and a lot of other permits that are working their way through the system. However, a major backdrop for our work is an awareness of the housing crisis and affordability crisis that affects our community and that we've heard about on other items tonight. And that is something which we are actively seeking to address through a number of measures that we'll talk about. And then finally, I wanted to highlight a new program that we intend to launch, Climate Ready Goleta, which is a stakeholder working group that's associated with our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. And the first phase of that is going to focus on a coast and sea level rise study through a California Ocean Protection Council grant that we are applying for now and that you're going to hear a little bit more about. Okay, so now I'll walk through division by division, beginning with advanced planning, and look at the first the accomplishments this year that we can point to, and then look at two successive lists. The list first of the projects that we intend to accomplish in the next year, and then a second list for each division of the additional projects that we'd like to tackle contingent on available staffing, but that will most likely trail into future years. And for each of those, we'll be seeking council input at the end on how we should prioritize that work. So to look at the accomplishments of the Advanced Planning Division, Advanced Planning adopted, or Council adopted, Advanced Planning brought to you for adoption general plan and zoning amendments related to our safety element, open space element, and environmental justice policies, which were state mandated. They also completed a 6th round of Title 17 zoning amendments. They made major progress on our local coastal program development with workshops completed through the Planning Commission now. They also have done a lot of work at the council's direction on preparing a sphere of influence boundary change application to submit to the local area formation commission, LAFCO, and we will be bringing you that item later on this spring. They also brought to you for adoption, again, a state mandate, accessory dwelling unit amendments to our Title 17 ordinance, and have done a lot on housing element implementation, which you'll hear more about. And we also expect that this spring we will be bringing to you a short-term vacation rental ordinance, and that is another thing that we will be able to accomplish this year. So looking ahead to the next fiscal year, advanced planning in order of priority, we'll be continuing to work on the local coastal program with the hope and intent to substantially complete that and bring that through to council for adoption of amendments and then submittal to the California Coastal Commission within really this calendar year. So by early 2027, we hope to wrap that up. That is, of course, dependent on certain factors beyond our control, including Coastal Commission staff, which so far has been really great to work with, but there's a lot that is a big item, and it is a big work effort for us. Then second, we will continue to implement required housing element programs, and looking ahead to a mid-cycle housing review, which you heard earlier this evening, will happen in that kind of June 2027 timeframe. So we're already creeping up on the midpoint of our 2023 to 2031 housing cycle. Then, as noted, we will be submitting at council's direction a LAFCO sphere of influence boundary change, and we'll be then shepherding that through the LAFCO process, which will involve a certain amount of work. And LAFCO is engaging in a fairly thorough analysis in association with sphere of influence applications that it is expecting to process. We did have on this, and this is going to be supplanted by another item, a proposal to draft state legislation on housing element reporting. Unfortunately, after a fair amount of work and effort in working with our state legislators and kind of gauging support, we're not going to get the support that we had hoped for, and so we're going to have to move forward with other items instead, and we'll talk when we get to the full list some ideas that we have for something else that we could supplant that with. Then we also next up, and this follows the sequence and prioritization from our adopted annual work program for this year. The next item that we would tackle would be the battery storage comprehensive land use approach. So continuing on, the next list is really our longer range project list that would be contingent on available staff capacity, but that we don't expect that we will reach in the next fiscal year. And in order, again, of prioritization that was given to us by council in our adopted work program for the current fiscal year, we have a visual resource policy effort to address and adopt objective standards, a transportation element update that would include certain statutory requirements, a development of citywide design guidelines, evaluation of our South Kellogg industrial area evaluation, revisiting the general plan amendment initiation process. Still on the books is also a transfer of development rights effort under an implementation action in our land use element, South La Patera specific plan, an Equal Street extension rezone, and then our Old Town visioning process, which is now sunk to the end of this list. And there are certain items that are in our adopted work program for the current year that we are proposing to shift and kind of spread the work and the effort to other divisions, in particular to sustainability and to our affordable housing program. So not on this list right now are a climate action plan and sea level rise study, a conservation element, general plan amendment to address certain statutory requirements related to wildlife connectivity, and a safety element, general plan amendment to address extreme heat per AB 2684, as well as a tree protection ordinance. All of those have shifted to sustainability and or to affordable housing, which is also going to be doing a lot of housing element implementation work. So we're really trying to balance the workload as equitably and efficiently as we can between the divisions to get as much done as we can as we look ahead. Okay, so current planning. And current planning, of course, the meat and potatoes of the work of the current planning division is the permitting work that they do, as well as code compliance. So the 90% or 95%, maybe even higher than that, of the work that they do is related to taking permit applications through the public permitting process, applications of all sizes, large and small. There are, of course, big, high-profile projects that are discretionary in nature and that go through a hearing process of one kind or another, some of which reach the council. And then there are many, many smaller projects that are ministerial in nature and that are handled at the staff level that could be appealed into a hearing context, but that normally are not. And all of that is happening in the background. And related to that, our permitting efforts would not carry much weight or have much teeth without code compliance. So code compliance has been really instrumental, is firing on all cylinders, and has done an extraordinary job in resolving a number of high-profile zoning enforcement cases. This is also something that really goes below the radar, but I cannot emphasize enough the importance of that program. And in particular, this year, they were able to tackle portions of the South Kellogg Industrial Area Compliance Program, which kind of leapfrogged forward because of certain reports. Our code compliance program is complaint-driven, and there were complaints through County Fire Department, which necessitated us to act and to tackle that. It was a big work effort, but our code compliance program was able to work through that and reach a very effectively resolution with the property owners to address the code compliance issues. So the list here for current planning, which just shows 2 items, are non-permit related items. And this acknowledges the fact that, again, most of the work that current planning does is not discretionary in nature, and to the degree that time allows, and there has not been a lot of extra time. Ms. Prossi is laughing to herself because I know how busy she and her division have been, but to the degree that time allows, she can tackle other special projects. So one item that we want to get the council's feedback on and that we have listed at the top here would be to pursue a permit application with the California Coastal Commission for a coastal development permit to place certain parking limitations for overnight vehicles on the portion of Phelps Road within the coastal zone. If that is something that the council would like us to pursue, then that would be something that we would bring forward. Now, I should say that our current planners are expert at processing permit applications and handling them. We do not necessarily have the wherewithal in-house to present proposals for development or for permit actions in terms of creating plans and supporting environmental documents. So there would be a need for consultant support for this item, and that would come with a price tag. But it is something that the current planning division could manage in conjunction with our neighborhood services department. Next up would be then updating our CEQA guidelines, which has been on our list for a while, and which just with the press of major projects we have not been able to get to. Okay, so then the contingent list for current planning includes development of a story pole guidelines and visual simulation procedure. This is driven by a implementation action in our visual resources policies, and would be intended to be a comprehensive set of guidelines that would guide how you put up story poles, and it would not be limited to story poles, but would also address visual simulations. And this is distinct from a related item that is a much, on a faster track, I think, which relates to the timing of story pole posting. So story poles act as noticing under our adopted Title 17 ordinance, and we have received feedback through the city manager that there are concerns about the length of time that story poles currently are remaining up for certain projects. And so that's something that we're going to look at in our next round of Title 17 amendments, our round 7, which advanced planning will be tackling in the course of their regular work next year. Other items on our list, updating our CEQA thresholds of significance, developing a permit procedures manual has been on the back burner, and then similarly updating our vehicle miles traveled sketch planning tool. Moving on to our sustainability program, and looking at accomplishments this current year, we can point to adoption and implementation of our energy performance reach code, and then updating both the electric vehicle reach code and our energy performance reach code to meet the requirements of the 2025 building code, which was updated and which came to council late last year. They've also developed an existing building electrification program, and in particular, a heat pump permit fee waiver program. We work closely in the sustainability division with our green committee, and we are actually have a scheduled green committee meeting tomorrow where we're going to be talking about some of these items and updating you in more detail. But a lot going on the sustainability front. We also, in the current year, continued to identify and pursue electric vehicle charging station opportunities at other city facilities, in particular the train station, which is going to be a big focus next year. And then on deck, we have contingent on other work that's happening there, city library and community center. So up in the next fiscal year, in 26-27 for the sustainability program, as I mentioned earlier, we are currently pursuing an Ocean Protection Council grant for a sea level rise adaptation planning study, and in conjunction with that, forming a Climate Ready Goleta stakeholders working group. The next step would then be to develop the sea level rise vulnerability assessment. And then, as I mentioned, Dana and her team will be working closely with general services and other departments on the Goleta train station to get electric vehicle charging stations installed there and to seek and pursue grant funding to support that installation. And then finally, we expect to tackle a GHG greenhouse gas emissions inventory and update. Farther down the list then, in future years, we would, based on the vulnerability assessment and still working under the Ocean Protection Council grant, would develop a sea level rise adaptation plan and begin public workshops and outreach for our Climate Ready Goleta program, collaborate with environmental services on creeks and management implementation programs, then taking on work, as I mentioned, from the Advanced Planning Division. Farther down the list, look at a conservation element amendment to address wildlife connectivity per state law and state mandates. We'd like to look at green building and decarbonization policies for Goleta, including a Buy Clean California Act and building performance standards related to that. Then update and adopt our climate action and adaptation plan, including a climate hazards analysis. Farther down the list, look at a safety element amendment to address extreme heat per AB 2684, which is has to be done, I believe, by 2028, and then tackle a tree protection ordinance as well. Finally, the last division is our affordable housing program, and Ms. Graham has been able to accomplish a huge amount this year, adopting or bringing to the council for adoption a tenant protections ordinance, bringing a university mobile home park options report in December of last year, and then early this year, bringing forward, and this was in conjunction with a lot of work by the city attorney's office as well, a mobile home park moratorium and urgency ordinance. Ms. Graham also tracks our affordable portfolio of below market rate housing in the Goleta and reviews all purchases, sales, and refinances of affordable housing units, tracking that, and that involves a fair amount of work. She also, in the last year, was instrumental in bringing Heritage Ridge to fruition with work on the loan agreement and covenants for that project. So up next year, we would seek to tackle a full update to our mobile home rent control ordinance, which we inherited from the county and which is really past due for a refresh. We would also look to implement our local housing preference policy, which is already adopted within our affordable housing policy and procedures manual, but where there is interest, I believe, in looking at a little bit more fine-tuned factor weighting and analysis that can be used to implement that, and we can talk about that in more detail. Then she will also be implementing, we're going to try to shift from advanced planning certain housing element program implementation to give to Ms. Graham. And then finally, we hope to tackle the update of the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is also something that, for a variety of reasons, needs to be addressed so that hopefully we can assure that new housing projects actually deliver on inclusionary housing and below market rate units in order to keep pace with our regional housing needs allocation and stay on track for with our housing element. And I'll just comment without referencing any individual project that that is a challenge, that there are development projects that are seeking to fee out of those requirements rather than deliver housing on site, and that will be a challenge for us in staying on pace and meeting our affordable quotas if in fact they're able to do that. Okay, so then on the future list, and you can see we have a long list of work ahead, a lot on our plate. We still have the Comprehensive Affordable Housing Finance Plan, which would establish a policy framework and prioritization for how we use our Housing Trust Fund dollars. There is also a need to prepare updates to templates, including for different kinds of covenants, agreements to provide affordable housing, regulatory agreements, resale agreements, et cetera. We also want to develop more robust informational materials that address city housing requirements, adopt an affordable employee housing plan, and then undertake revisions as needed to the tenant protections ordinance. So that really completes my my presentation. And again, when the council is ready and would like to get into detail, I can switch over to an Excel spreadsheet that has the lists for each of those divisions side by side, and we can toggle between them, and you can kind of see them in one place. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
Councilmember Keston?
Yeah, it's not so much a question as a whine or an exhortation or something like that, and you know, it comes this, you know, on the list. I'm referring particularly, I'm thinking in terms of the especially the long range planning, future projects contingent upon available capacity, available resources, so that are not currently programmed. And my concern is essentially one of advanced planning capacity, that on that list that we have there in the past, they didn't get done. And it's, you know, we spent a great deal of time previously discussing where to rank, let's say, the various elements, like the Old Town visioning. Should it be higher or should it be lower? Should this one be higher or lower? And the reality is it was mostly irrelevant, because your workload is consumed by state mandates and other things that are required. And so if we want to get some of those things done, if we want to see those things, whether it's the Equal extension, whether it's the train station area, all of those things, we simply need to have some additional capacity. I applaud your sort of looking to rebalance, and I really think that's a step forward. But, you know, I think of what happens, especially with this year in affordable housing. One thing comes along, like the mobile homes, and boom, it just blows out of the water any programmed kind of work that you had in mind. And, you know, I look at the accomplishments. It's something that was not planned or recognized, anticipated the year before. So we don't have a lot of slack, I guess I'd say, or capacity to pick up other things. And so I really think that we need to look for some additional capacity to do some of that work in especially advanced planning.
Mayor and Councilmember Keston, I just want to acknowledge that you're correct, that especially the new state mandates do compete with local discretionary work items, and that is a challenge, and one that we are seeking to balance. However, even this year, you'll note that we will be able to accomplish certain things. For example, that short-term vacation rental ordinance will get done. We expect we will be able to bring that forward. The same with our sphere of influence application. That's something that we'll be able to manage, even at the same time that we're handling major state mandates. And I do want to just point, I can't help remarking that if you look back over certainly the time that I've been here, the amount of work that advanced planning has accomplished is just extraordinary. I mean, it's been, we've done huge amounts and been able to move mountains, and I think a lot of that, of course, is due to the expertise and knowledge and dedication of your planning staff, but some of that is also due to this process of prioritizing and allowing us to focus on a discrete number of work items in a given year, so that we can knock those off our list and go down rather than be spread too thin and be distracted. So it isn't perfect, but I expect that going forward we will we will get through certain major lifts as we have in the past, and we will be able to work down that list.
And to be clear, I think I mean, I remember when I first started, and the mayor will remember too, and we would see, particularly council members, especially some that aren't here right now, accusing staff of favoritism, that their projects weren't being identified, their projects were being ignored, and you're favoring this other council person, because there wasn't some sort of list that explicitly, transparently made clear what's coming up. And in this way, having a priority list makes it so that people know we've agreed on something concurrently, we know what's coming. And I agree with you. When I look at the range and the depth of the work that's being done, all the things, it's dramatic. And, things like mandates from the state for one thing or another are, again, things that you can't control, that all of a sudden you get additional reports, additional mandates, and things like that. So this is not being leveled as some sort of criticism. It's simply an acknowledgement of if we want to see some of those other items in that list of long-term items sort of dependent upon capacity, we have to give you the capacity to do it.
And indeed, if council gives us direction to prioritize certain work items, then those go to the top of the list, and that's what we focus on.
No, and
we recognize, of course, the probably obvious fact that we live in a world of finite resources, that we don't have infinite budget or infinite staff, so we have to make the most of the resources we have.
Well, what I'm saying is this is, in other words, really directed not so much at you, but at others, at Mr. Rio in the back and Mr. Nisbet there. It's not, you're in your position to be able to say, in a sense, damn it, I need more. Or you could, but that's my audience. My audience is not so much you as them. And
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
and one other thing, actually, one or two. The conservation element, the wildlife crossing, are, we did, this was back in our days when we thought everything, we were so flush. And we did we got a consultant that mapped, right, you're familiar? And we have photos of the wildlife crossing in various areas, right? You remember? Those were fun days. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was, because it's now 4 or 5 years ago or something like that. And so we'll be able to use that. It was a consultant report, I think, added on to something else.
Thank you, Councilmember Caston. It's an older report, and the wildlife connectivity is we were including that in the safety element update. If you remember the environmental justice safety element and open space element updates that we did in 2025, we finished up per state law. That's a piece, an outcome of that had a delayed deadline. So we didn't tackle it because it was big enough to where we decided to move it to on its own timeline because the deadline, the statutory deadline.
I just want to be sure you remember that we have photos of bobcats crossing the road and so forth. Yeah, you should see it. It's awesome. Okay, and I guess that's it for right now. Thank you.
I'm just going to say one thing real quick before I call on Mayor Pro Tem. I think it was very brave of you, Mr. Imhoff, to write this statement. The annual work program creates a regular mechanism for the council to establish the department's work priorities. It also is an opportunity for council to propose and consider ideas for new work projects. I saw that and I had to highlight it and I thought, is he crazy? I mean, you have so much going on. Anyway, I can go on and on about that. So I thought that was a very bold move.
Well, we really do value your ideas and input. We take direction from you as to what we work on. So if there's something that you all want us to focus on, we will do it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Thank you. I have just a couple high-level questions before we get into it a little more in depth. But so I noticed looking back at the org chart that as the department has grown, the org chart in terms of leader, it's relatively flat. And I'm just wondering, in your role as director, is that sort of your philosophical choice, or just as a practical matter, sort of where we've landed in terms of just where the staffing is?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, that's a good question, and I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think we are a very collegial department. We don't need the hierarchy. It's I think much more of a team effort. So it's partly philosophical and by choice, and I think it's not just my choice, it's kind of the way we work, but it is also something that's kind of, it's evolved that way, yeah. And there have been, over the years, there have been changes where we've recognized that span of control is too great. For example, our biggest division is the current planning division, and in years past, we did not have supervising planners in our current planning division, and that it became apparent that that was absolutely necessary, that it wasn't possible, given the amount of work that goes on in current planning, for our current planning manager, Lisa Prossi, to do it all. And similarly, in advanced planning, we also created a supervising planner position for that same reason. So there are times and places where it's important to recognize the limits of our managerial capacity and where we do need an intermediate level, but that comes with a trade-off. And that's a trade-off of less, I guess, transparency or cohesion, and it detracts from the flatness of the organization.
Thanks for that. It was just sort of a broad observation. And then I was also noticing, thinking back to really not that long ago where, Ms. Graham's position and work and Ms. Murray's group, didn't exist. And then seeing everything on those lists, I think those roles are really critical for us to continue to sustain moving forward, and if not, expand down the road. And then, I don't have a good sense. I agree. The code compliance, even though it sort of has a negative connotation, they do help ensure that the policies that the council and our community has put forward are actually put in place. And so I noticed that we're at a level of two officers. I don't know if there's a sense of like comparable city size, sort of where we're landing there in terms of ideally, do we have more, or I don't know if you have any input in terms of just where we are with that staffing level right now.
Yes, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, so it was, I think, 3 years ago or 4 years ago that we added a second code compliance officer. We initially had just one. We also have a half-time office specialist who supports the code compliance function and so is able to handle some of the back office stuff, preparation of notices of violation, et cetera. At this point, we certainly have plenty to do. And we wouldn't be averse to another code compliance officer or making that half-time position a full-time position. But there's opportunity certainly to do more there. Ms. Prossi, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
No, I think you said it well. Just for some historical background, I think it was 2016 when code compliance, is it on? Is it? Okay. Oh, okay. So for historical, just so you know how we've grown, I believe it was 2016 that code compliance came down to current planning. It was with neighborhood services, neighborhood services and public safety, I think was the name of the division at that point in time. And that's when the split happened with parking as well. that went to the sheriff, and we got the zoning side of code compliance. And we started with just one officer, no support staff at all. And probably after a couple of years, we realized that the the code compliance officer needed support help. And so we were able to, with the council support, add the half-time office specialist position. And then, as Mr. Imhoff mentioned, I am losing track. I think it's 3, maybe 4 years ago that there was so much work for the officer, the one position that you were able to fund a second position. And I think we're doing okay with what we have.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may come back to one other comment you made, which is just noticing that we've kind of grown and expanded. There are certain roles so we're nominally a planning department, but we're really a full-service community development department, which handles the affordable housing downstream of the permitting process as well. And I just want to note that that's something that has definitely a critical function. It makes sense that is integrated within our department, and that is something where the workload is growing. And depending on the council's direction on certain work items, is also something to consider devoting more resources to. And I would just note that one thing that is not on the slideshow, but that is in the Excel spreadsheet following the city manager's office annual work program is a rental registry and rent stabilization on that contingent list, consistent with the council's direction to the city manager's office. So we have that, and we'll ask council to help us in prioritizing where that should go on that contingent list, understanding that we don't have the capacity, certainly not the staff capacity, to tackle that next year, and that would require additional staff. There's just no way around it. We couldn't do it without additional staff.
Thank you. And then I don't know if this is getting sort of too into the substance, but you sort of mentioned observing this trend about sort of the in lieu fees, or projects coming in wanting to do in lieu rather than build on site. And I'm almost wondering, do you see a need? Could that almost be a potential separate work item? I don't know if it's at a point, maybe it's not ripe yet, but in terms of thinking about if those come in, do we need to start thinking about how those could be applied, or?
The short answer is yes. The short answer is we do need to revisit our inclusionary housing ordinance, and that might be something that we want to move up the prioritization list, because we need to look at how our findings are written and assure that we have objective findings that will withstand any challenge.
That makes sense. And yeah, and I guess I was thinking about sort of, and then in the interim, I guess, is staff in a position in terms of, I guess, thinking about sort of if fees are there, how those are being utilized?
So Mayor Pro Tem, you're saying when we collect fees?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So and that gets to that other item that has been just on the threshold of getting to it, the Comprehensive Affordable Housing Finance Plan. That is something that I think, and I think Ms. Graham agrees. I'll let her speak to that, but that is an important framework to have. At this point in time, the balance of our housing trust fund is not considerable, because we did use $1 million of that funding to lend to the Heritage Ridge project, for which we got 102 affordable units, or essentially at $10,000 a unit. That was, in our view, a very effective and efficient use of that funding. There's no way we could have gotten affordable units for $10,000 a piece. So we were able to provide a little bit of seed money and additional capital for the County Housing Authority for that project. We did that outside of a particular policy framework, but there are questions about how we should most efficiently use that funding. For example, there were questions earlier in the evening recognizing that our book of business, our existing portfolio of below market rate units expires over time. Those those are deed restricted for a term of years, and at the end of that term, they expire. We have the potential to buy extensions of that term, but there are real questions about whether that's an efficient use of our funding. I'm of the opinion, but without really knowing, because I haven't seen the analysis, I don't know the basis, I'm of the opinion that there are probably better, more effective ways to use our limited funding, that we can get more housing by doing something different. But we really need that study in that framework in order to understand how to apply that funding, and it would be helpful to have a policy framework. And we just don't know in the future whether there will be new sources of funding beyond in lieu fees. And we not only get in lieu fees when housing projects fee out of projects, but we also get them from commercial projects that also now pay an in lieu fee. So, and we recognize the burden that places on local business and local commerce, having just heard from the chamber, but we also think it's a vital way in which we can add to our housing supply. So, Ms. Graham, do you have anything to add on that or thoughts?
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Mr. Imhoff's comments were great and covered most of it. He did mention that our account balance has decreased, and it is important that we have a certain level of funds in that account. Our existing ownership units, for example, there's always a risk, however small, of default, et cetera, and in which case we would want to purchase the unit, for example. We also would like to have funds available when a project like Heritage Ridge comes in, 100% affordable, et cetera, because they can leverage our funds to obtain other funds. So, yeah, we're ready to spend the money when it comes in. But that being said, we do want to see units constructed on site as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Thank you. For me, just a brief comment along the lines of what Mayor Perotti said. There's just an extraordinary amount of work that your team and all the different divisions is able to accomplish. And I do think that the prioritization work that the council does is a really great, not just planning tool, but a way for the public to have some transparency on, all these projects, and not just the prioritization, but really the scope of everything that each division does. And I think, to the extent that, we're the ones that need to be disciplined about what more we add, and being mindful that if things truly are a higher priority or urgent, that does mean that we need to then figure out how to allocate more resources. And we got a budget preview that is cautious, so we have to really take that into account. That maybe we have to make sure that we are matching the workload with the existing resources if we're not able to expand on that right now. But to Mayor Pro Tem's point, that could change down the road. But just really, thank you. It is always such a great presentation to see everything that's been accomplished in the last year and what's on your plate, and so much great work. I agree with the comments from Mayor Pro Tem, particularly about the sustainability and the housing divisions, that just so much great work is happening, really important work. I'm so glad that this council and previous councils really supported the investment in creating those. And it's really shown, it's a great way to show to the public how public funds are being used to support these really important programs. So thank you.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Well, I'll just echo those last comments. A lot of my questions have been asked and answered either here or ahead of time, so I guess I'd just like to better understand kind of this looming inclusionary housing issue, because I'm sensitive to the point that was made about possibly wanting to move that up the list. So is the problem people just don't want to pay fees? Is the problem more nuanced than that? Like, I don't want to pay fees in certain categories, or, partial fees? Can I get like a little bit of a better sense of, is this just people reflexively not wanting to build the housing and just wanting to do the fees? Or is it more complicated than that, and they're, they want to pay the fees in certain categories, but not in others because they're already constructing some of those units? Or just, can you help me understand what's going on here?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Kiriakou, so this is an emerging issue. This is something that we're just beginning to see with pending permit applications, and so I want to be very cautious, and I'll look to the city attorney for guidance in how I address this. But in broad brush terms, so the existing policy in our housing element, which is reflected in Title 17, requires new housing developments of a certain size to provide inclusionary housing on site in a certain percentage, and they're only allowed to fee out if that is not feasible. But the feasibility findings are subjective and discretionary in nature for whoever the decision maker is. And because of the way state law has evolved recently, there is an argument that that developers don't need to conform to that, that they essentially don't need to meet inclusionary housing standards on site unless we can make findings that are objective in nature. So yeah, I mean, and certain developers, for reasons best known to them, are seeking to pay in lieu fees instead of providing housing on site, i.e. to fee out. We are, and we do intend, by the way, to update that inclusionary housing fee, which was set, I think, in 2021, most recently. So another item on our to-do list, which, by the way, will supplant. So you might have noticed in the Advanced Planning Division, we had that item regarding proposing to revise state legislation and our housing element reporting process. We would recommend to the council that we replace that with an update to our housing impact fee and address a child care fee update at the same time. So that would be something that I think advanced planning could work on next year, and potentially if we move up that inclusionary housing ordinance, whether advanced planning tackles it or affordable housing tackles it, most likely it would be affordable housing. That would be something that is, in my mind right now, as a much higher priority. But that's only emerging in the last week or two that it's really crystallized in my mind that, like, oh, this is a problem. We're not gonna deliver our affordable units if there's a end run around our inclusionary housing requirements.
Yeah, no, I think that's really important because I think we've established in our discussion about the A item that we pulled, we're making progress in a lot of ways, but Heritage Ridge is already counted, and it's just really important that we deliver as much as possible on our remaining sites, subject to the regular planning and approval process, and we have to go through the process, and there's no guarantees in life, obviously. So it's so important that we are maximizing the sites that we have to provide the affordable housing that we're not responsible for building, but accountable to have happen, right? It's the classic management, the response, you have the accountability, but not the responsibility, right? It destroys people and it destroys organizations when you don't have those things aligned. And unfortunately, when it comes to housing, Councilmember Kasdan kind of pointed this out, the ability to do something and be responsible for it, we don't have those resources. So we have to just deal with the impacts, right, of trying to satisfy diverse stakeholders and the state. So yeah, let's try and figure out a way to move that up, because I don't want, I want to be fair. I mean, I don't want to make complying with our inclusionary housing ordinance overly onerous, but we did the ordinance not to collect fees. We did the ordinance to build housing, and we need it.
I need help understanding what comes first as far as talking about housing. I've never understood, our fees, in lieu fees in the past, because it was, either you build the affordables or you do in lieu fees. And it was never enough to build a unit. I mean, so I never understood that whole concept. So now we're talking about in lieu fees, but having some kind of a framework, policy that helps us when we do get in lieu fees, what to do with that, how to invest those and get what we're wanting is the affordables, right? So would that go along with what Councilmember Kiriakou was just saying, about, I don't know, I'm confused on, help me out
Mayor,
here.
great
What's the
question.
first thing, I feel like in a way we're kind of jumping around.
Indeed, no, and that's a great question, and there is kind of a linear flow here. So how we spend the fees is downstream of the first question, and the first thing is our housing element. The first thing, our housing element lays out, of course, how we meet our regional housing needs allocation, our share of the regional housing need, but it also puts in place a number of other programs, and those programs include things like, like ways in which we don't create impediments to actual housing. So we can't in an absolute way say you can never fee out. If we did that, the state, the Housing and Community Development Department would say, well, now you're just, you're throwing up roadblocks. These are constraints to housing production. So we've carefully threaded the needle in our adopted housing element, and there is a kind of a framework for when and how you particular housing proposals can fee out, but we need to tighten that. We need to make that clearer, because on the one hand, the state is saying, you have to plan for and stay on track to produce a certain number of housing units at different levels of affordability. And on the other hand, they're saying, but there are, there are other ways in which you can, there are now strict limits to a city's ability to apply discretion in the approval of housing projects, is what it comes down to. I mean, there was a discussion earlier about the effects of SB 35 and what happens if we don't stay on pace. We'll have by right development. To a large degree, we have by right development anyway under SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. We've got increasingly the permit process is a very streamlined one where, for the best of intentions, no doubt, the state wants to remove impediments to housing development. But if that prevents us from applying and enforcing our inclusionary housing ordinance, then that's a problem, because we won't actually see the share, the 20% share of below market rate units delivered that our inclusionary housing ordinance requires.
Ms. Graham.
And Madam Mayor and Council, going back to Councilmember Kiriakou's question earlier about would an applicant want to fee out completely or build a certain percentage and not others. I think a smart strategy that they employ is to build the units that qualify them for density bonus or some other program, not builder's remedy, but some of the other ones that grant, you provide a certain amount of deed restricted units and you get benefits and streamlined processing, et cetera. So it's clear that we need to look at our ordinances and regulations and see how best to craft them given the entire landscape.
Thank you for that.
And Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll add to what was just said about that inclusionary, that everything that we do that touches the housing element will have to be vetted with the state. So, and the state weighed in, as Mr. Imhoff noted, the state weighed in on this and considered, if you remember these conversations that we had, that inclusionary is a constraint to housing, which is kind of hard to understand because it's not intuitive. But they did, and so that's where they added in, I think the word they used was flexible ways. So like, and the findings that we crafted with the state were that's where they, became that subjective tone. Though, as the years go by, the state does seem to be more open to inclusionary. They didn't used to at all accept inclusionary, and now they've changed. So I think there's some opening there that we might be able to learn. They might be able to give us some additional guidance on.
Do we have any more questions? Because I'm hoping to go to the public and see if they have any thoughts. Yes, public speakers.
I have no speaker slips. Those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. I'm going to say something at this point, and I think it's kind of a little bit piggybacking on what you said, Luz Reyes Martin, council member, about all of us kind of trying to come together, figure this out. I remember the conversation a while ago by Mr. Rio, our finance director, that we were trying to keep everything status quo. So, and to me that meant, maybe I'm wrong, no more hiring right now, more staff. I don't know. I've been saying for a while, how can we do more with less? Not meaning letting anybody go, but how can we maybe lessen up the load? I don't know. I don't know how we can do more with less and retain all our employees. But I'm a little fearful of increasing our work, our employees at this time. There's just a lot of uncertainties, and we look around at other jurisdictions and what's going on. That is a concern. So, so that's where I'm coming from on because I think you mentioned capacity. So I was wondering what you meant by that, Councilmember Caston.
Well, I guess I'm open to how it's addressed. In other words, whether it's hiring people, whether it's consultants, whatever it is, I just want to see an ability in some of those priority lists to have the ability to tackle them. And if it's, let's say using consultants is less of a long-term investment, you can't, with an employee, you have to keep them, you can't, you have less flexibility. If consulting makes more sense, that's fine. If it's something where it's an employee who's shared between affordability, let's say, and advanced planning, that's fine. But something that where there are key, and again, this is a broader question, and I'm cognizant of that we have a lot of things that we all think are all priorities, that everything is important and so forth. So it's a question that is beyond just planning and reflects across the city as a whole. So it's where there are opportunities and I don't know. When we look at all of our, good Lord, I've been, if anyone's been beating the like pavement drum, that's me. So I recognize, I've been advocating for money in other areas as well, quite enthusiastically. I'm just saying, it's when we have stuff that we've talked about and said, you think about the discussions we've had in the past about where we rank all of these things in that list, and that it's irrelevant because it's just we can't, the staff just doesn't have, because of, the mandates placed upon them, the capacity to do it. And anyway, it's something for when we hit the budget process and you look across the city as a whole and see what resources are available to think about it. That's all.
Mayor and Council, the first step really is the prioritization and hearing from you what you care about most. So if you would like, I can go to sharing that that list, and I do, and this really gets into the details, but it then becomes a question of, you tell us what is most important to you and what you'd like to see happen first. And so I have 4 tabs here: advanced planning, current planning, sustainability, and affordable housing. For each of those tabs, you'll see 2 tables. These are directly from the draft annual work program, and we'll take your direction on. So the first table, in this case for advanced planning, table 4, is what we plan to work on next year, and then the second table, table 5, is what's on deck, so to speak. And we really will tackle these seriatim. We do the first thing first, and when we get done, the next thing moves up the list. So I do have the first suggestion here was to delete the item 4. You can see that's lined out because we don't unfortunately have the legislative support for that, and we suggested replacing that with the housing impact and child care fee update. The other priority that probably deserves to be moved up is looking at the inclusionary housing ordinance, and as Ms. Wells highlighted, it's not just the ordinance, it would involve a housing element amendment as well, which implies a recertification process in order to address it, because we're going to be moving away from pure discretionary findings, and because HCD will look at that with interest and want to consider whether we're creating a constraint. That is inherent to that process, and it might be worth to add that and move that up into the next year list, which could force something to move down the list. But
Peter, I'm not seeing that item on table 5.
That item is actually under affordable housing now, but because it has a general plan component to it, a housing element component to it, I think it necessarily involves advanced planning as well, and that's something that this is really just becoming clearer to us. This is something, again, that's an emerging issue. So I just clicked on the affordable housing tab, and that is highlighted right now. Update the inclusionary housing ordinance on tab 4, but this might be something that really more properly belongs with advanced planning and that takes a higher priority.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that should maybe move into the number 5 spot. And
Mayor and Council, we could actually swap, so the housing impact fee could go to affordable, could go to Ms. Graham's program, and we can bring back the inclusionary housing ordinance and put that in advanced planning. And I apologize that this is not more fully vetted, but again, this is a kind of on the fly.
So what are you doing? You're moving the impact fee to affordable?
Yeah, so I'm sorry for the lack of clarity. I'm moving the update of the inclusionary housing ordinance and housing element from affordable housing to advanced planning. And then I am going to move the housing impact fee update and child care fee to affordable housing. So we're just going to swap those 2 items.
Madam Mayor and Council, I would like to make a comment here, and I apologize for my surprise. So I am hearing the conversation about the item that was just added, the inclusionary housing ordinance. But I have to admit, I'm hearing for the first time that would require a recertification of our housing element. So I don't know if that's a surprise to others, but I think it's something you should be cautious about and maybe talk about a little bit. I did not realize those 2 were tied together.
And so, yeah, and I apologize because this is, again, something that's just emerging, but I don't think this would be a full recertification. I don't think it would put our certification in jeopardy. I think it would be a revision that would need HCD's blessing, essentially. So it would involve a process subsequent to the council adoption of that. And yeah, this is more complicated, unfortunately, than we had originally thought.
But it's going to be a big workload item.
Well, it would
sounds
be,
like.
it remains to be determined, but it would, because of the steps in that process, yes, it needs to have the advanced planning touch on the housing element if we're going to make any kind of an amendment there.
I see names, and I think Luz Reyes-Martin, Councilmember?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think as we're processing the information, I think there are really important reasons to take a look at updating the inclusionary housing ordinance to all the points you've made to ensure that we actually are achieving the goals. I am just a huge supporter of the inclusionary housing ordinance, and and I think it makes everybody a little nervous to have to go talk to HCD. So I think I would be supportive of keeping it where you've proposed it as far as priority, with the caveat that I think for me, I would want staff, because it is kind of newly emerging, to take the time to kind of really map out what would we need to do, what would be the process, answer some of these questions about, like, would it open up our recertification in any way? If HCD for some reason says, no, you can't do that, is our existing ordinance still kind of protected and in place as well as our housing? So kind of answering some of those questions to give us some of that confidence that it doesn't jeopardize anything that we already have. I think I would want the exploration of those questions, but I do think it's an important issue that you've highlighted that is really important to me, especially as we do expect to see more projects come in. We definitely want to see those affordable units actually come to fruition. So that's kind of where I am on that right now. Thank you.
I could support that idea. Thank you. Councilmember Kiriakou.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if this would be an opportunity to take advantage of HCD's function where they provide technical assistance and send them a letter before we start walking too far down any of these roads. Because one of the things I'm worried about is, I'm still kind of having some PTSD flashbacks to the housing element process, not just from the standpoint of it was difficult and onerous, but the way that the process was arguably influenced by outside actors, law firms that were competing to get their projects included for rezones in our housing element process and other housing element processes that have the ability to lobby the state to talk to HCD, and they get their phone calls returned. And so I guess what I would say is, to the extent that some of these challenges are being driven by some of those same actors, I think we do need to be very, very careful, because we currently have what I would argue is one of the strongest inclusionary housing ordinances in the state of California. Not a lot of them are 20% with a step-down vehicle to get to 15 if you provide some community benefits. I'm very hesitant to put that at risk, so I feel like this would be a really good opportunity to ask for technical assistance on the front end before we spend too many resources going down this road and then potentially run into a buzzsaw because one or two interested parties decide to call their lobbyist and their lawyer.
Councilmember Kiriakou, that's already in fact in motion, and your instincts on that are in alignment with ours.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Could I add something? Mayor and Councilmember Kiriakou, we also a few years back adopted our Affordable Housing Policies and Procedures Manual, which enabled us to take some details out of our zoning code, and I'm not sure about the housing element, but there is an opportunity to make tweaks to our policies, or rather how we implement our policies through that manual So, you know, as staff, we would look at that as well to see if it could be avoided to do an amendment to our housing element.
To Ms. Graham, actually, I was curious, the overlap with respect to our inclusionary housing and their option to go with in lieu, how that applies to bonus density. If you go in lieu, are you able to apply that amount for the bonus density, or it has to be on site?
You have to build the units in order to qualify for a density bonus. So one way you can do that is building 5% very low.
You mean, and pay in lieu and just build 5% very low? Is that what you're saying?
The applicant would then argue or request to pay in lieu fees for the rest.
Okay. So it's a complicated thing that you're facing between the interaction of various legislations and all the machinations that somebody can come up with.
So we'll proceed cautiously, and we take council's comments to heart. And we're fortunate, I'll just say in general terms, to have an excellent city attorney's office that can guide us as well on questions. So that's the change that I've made now. I've moved inclusionary housing, the inclusionary housing ordinance update, which potentially could include a tweak to our housing element as well, to the advanced planning list, swapping that for the housing in lieu fee update and childcare fee, which is now in affordable housing. And you can see then the lineup for next year for advanced planning. We would continue with prior direction, council's prior direction to bring our local coastal program to completion. We would implement our required housing element programs. Looking ahead to the mid-cycle housing review, we'll proceed with the LAFCO sphere of influence, and then next up would be our battery storage following the inclusionary housing ordinance item. And on that, we recognize that there is a pending battery storage project. We're not agendized to talk about that, but this would be happening in parallel. And then you can provide us with direction on the contingent list. There are a number of interesting and very topical projects like the South La Patera specific plan with the completion of the train station. Other things that now are a lower priority, and if the council, or Equal Street with the completion of Project Connect, if council wishes those to be higher, we can move those higher. But I defer to you on.
But that's my point, is, it's not the battery storage was on the top of the list last year, and you couldn't get to it. It's been on the list for several years at least, and it's simply let's just recognize what capacity is available.
I'm going to jump in here because I had a meeting with someone that happened to mention he's with 3CE, and I think we're going to check into it. I mentioned it to our city manager that for battery storage placement, we might have to listen to where the state, they might overrule local control. And I don't know if that's true. I did hear it from a reliable source, and but we're going to ask our lobbyists if that's accurate information. So, I think we need to look into that, because we may not have a say if we only designate certain areas. I don't know. It's something I just learned.
Mayor, thank you for sharing that. And if that turns out to be true, then that could limit our ability to take action locally, and that would potentially change our prioritization. But we don't know that answer now. So if that were true, and for whatever reason we couldn't move forward with that item, then we would simply move down the list. So again, the prioritization really does matter. It will determine what we work on and what gets done first.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, in terms of the contingent list, you know, I think my only question is in sort of in relation to number 12. I know that came up, I think when we were considering a general plan amendment. So I'm not sure if that could rise up some, but I'm also mindful it's on the contingent list. So I don't know that I feel strongly, but just sort of seeing where we are with the train station, I could see that moving up a couple notches. And then maybe just an observation. I know that there was prior discussions, certainly before I joined council, but I sort of have a sense of, I don't have a good sense of sort of like the vision for the Old Town visioning process. So just an observation. I don't necessarily know if we want to remove it, but I guess it's not a number one thing I hear about from the public. I'll just put it that way. So in that sense, I think it's appropriate to be where it is on the list.
I've just moved up the South La Patera specific plan.
I'd also like to comment on if you could explain to me what number 10 exactly means, South Kellogg. I think I know what it means, but I want to be sure I'm correct, the industrial area evaluation.
Certainly, Mayor. So that is an implementation action in our adopted land use element that suggests taking a look from a comprehensive land use planning standpoint at allowable land uses in the South Kellogg industrial area, which includes the area in Old Town where there are a number of industrial uses and where, as I mentioned earlier, just in the past year or so, we had some outstanding compliance cases that we had to address. We didn't have a choice about it because they were reported to us. So this is something that we're tasked to do by the adopted land use element. Each of the general plan elements have implementation actions. That's that in parentheses there, the LU is land use element, and it's implementation action 6, and it tells us to go and do this. So unless the council were to amend the land use element, we have direction to do it, and it's just a question of when we get to it. And it's an important issue because the land uses there are not necessarily coherent or even compatible internally.
Air quality, for one.
Yeah, so that's something that deserves to be done, and it's just a question, again, of prioritization.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I think that's an important one, but.
The same is true, I might add, with what's currently shown as item 12 here, which is the Transfer of Development Rights Ordinance. And there are questions, I guess, now about, exactly how that would work. That would create a mechanism for shifting development potential from certain areas to receiver sites, but it's not clear that the land use, the lay of the land is the same as it was in 2006 when we adopted that implementation action. So that might not be as high a priority. The transportation element might not be as high a priority.
Councilmember Gaston?
Yeah, I had a question. Particularly, it strikes me that the Equifowler, the South Kellogg, and the La Patera each are potentially going to impact housing as the zoning is adjusted and so forth. Is there, can they be sort of grouped in a way to sort of position us for the next RENA cycle? I mean, as Councilmember Kiriakou mentioned, we're halfway through. So this current one. So is there, some sense that we can establish the runway that this would be, in essence, part of our next process, that this would generate some sort of housing that...
Mayor and Councilmember Kasdan, that's not a bad suggestion. Yes, it could, and probably not later than the following fiscal year, so 2027, 2028, we'll need to start to look ahead to the next housing element. So that's not a bad idea, and that might be something that we, that we tee up
Yeah, if there's some like bucket of related activities, to think about it that way.
Councilmember Carriaco?
Never too late to apply to HCD for planning grants to prepare for that next housing element cycle.
So, Councilmember Kasdan, your suggestion was to move Equal Street to be together with South La Patera specific plan. Is that your?
And probably South Kellogg too? Does that
Okay,
also have
yeah.
some housing aspects to it?
Okay.
Let me clarify the South Kellogg. Thank you. I think that Mr. Imhoff correctly stated that there's incompatibilities with land use and problems, and there were permits that were out of compliance back in the day when we were adopting our general plan. And so we were at the time the council wanted to give them, the business owners, some time, because while industrial uses can be a challenge for residential next door, we also really need industrial uses because there's not a lot of them on the South Coast, and they support other like construction and different things like that. So the first thing is a permit status inventory. Then, I mean, it's kind of spells it out in the IA, and then do a business inventory, and then ultimately, though, you would write regulations.
So it's a Title 17 kind of thing.
Yeah, and so as opposed to, doing land use designation changes and like getting rid of the uses, that would be the last option. But it would be, first get them in permit compliance. And if they're not, now we have some regulations that we want to apply. So that's so it's not a small project to do something like that, but that was the vision at the time.
Thank you for helping me understand that. Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, you can see I've kind of reorganized that list and based on Councilmember Kasdan's suggestion, moved those 3 items up as a block a little bit higher. Of course, we're not going to get to those next year, so there will be more opportunities to refine this list in future years as they do rise up to actionable items. If happy to make further revisions if the council directs.
Councilman Carriaco?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to briefly go back to the Old Town visioning process, because that was brought up. So one of my first meetings on council, that was the bucket that the idea of either a property owner or a business owner, business improvement district, got dropped into. And at the time that happened, we had an Old Town Business Association. We don't now have an Old Town Business Association. And so if we want to decouple the idea of some kind of a funding mechanism for a future Old Town Business Association and decouple it from Old Town Visioning and have it be its own standalone, that would be fine with me. I think largely the things that we wanted to accomplish with an Old Town Visioning process just kind of happened because we did it without that process. There were separate processes contained in separate documents, and it just kind of happened. So I guess I'm not content to just get rid of it, but it might make sense to kind of revisit it a little bit because, I mean, some of the things that I remember planning and public works talking about at the time when this first kind of emerged as a bucket was some things that we're talking about in other items, like, does the zoning fit for each of the different parts of Old Town? There's so many different types of land use that happen. It could potentially be a really good place to look at, do we want to look at adaptive reuse? Old Town is a place where you have an old aircraft hangar that's a public market. It's a place where you have an old post office as a restaurant. So adaptive reuse is in the DNA of Old Town. But is it a place where we could try and look at adaptive reuse to try and help us meet our RHNA goals? Are there some things that we could try there that wouldn't necessarily make sense around Lake Los Carneros or El Encanto Heights or near Pacific Oaks, but that might make sense in a denser area that is more of a business district and was indeed our original business district. So, you know, I think Old Town visioning is something that we probably need to go back to the drawing board and kind of reevaluate what are we trying to accomplish here, because we've had other things kind of pop up, like, you know, South Kellogg Industrial Area Evaluation and Eckwell Street Extension Rezone, and you know, those are things that arguably could be part of an Old Town visioning process too. So, you know, I think we don't have enough time and fingers and toes to count all the things we would want to say about all this. So I think for now, I would say just leave it alone and leave it where it is. But at some point, perhaps staff can kind of noodle on, is this project what we originally envisioned it to be? And if not, do we need to kind of reassess that?
I think that's an excellent idea, and I want to remind everybody that when also a word that was used was revitalizing. Let's like revitalize Old Town, and that really worried the people that live there. So what do we do? I don't want to look at that again, because they saw it as a way of that, you know, they'd have to move, you know, they'd update everything. I mean, remember when we did the sidewalks, they didn't want the sidewalks, and we couldn't understand why, and they said, well, it starts there, and then you start changing Hollister, and people will then be asked to leave.
Yeah,
because
it
they'll
was one of my
upgrade their
first
homes.
council meetings.
So
and
that was, you know, so I understand the concept, but
all I was going to
it
just
has
add
changed.
is I think as much as there were residents that were concerned, I think there was as much, if not more, opposition from the business owners, not the
Absolutely.
property owners, but the business owners. And what I remember saying at the time was it was just very obvious there was a complete lack of trust, and there needed to be some work done. And that trust, I remember arguing at the time, could have been hopefully built through collaboration through an Old Town visioning process. So that didn't happen, and we're here now. And it's nobody's fault. It's just how it worked out. And I would say, yeah, let's just go ahead and let's just kind of shelve this one for now and kind of reassess it.
Yeah, I would agree.
You can revitalize the item.
If the council's ready, then I'll move on to the
That's a
next
good one.
tab here. So under current planning, again, we just have a very short list given the focus on permitting work and the lack of available capacity. And I think the real question on this one is, should we pursue that coastal development permit application related to parking restrictions on Phelps Road, recognizing that it will have a price tag? And we did actually do a request for proposals. I see Ms. Prossi has stepped away for a moment, but I believe it was 2 years ago that we did an RFP and sought consultants to tackle this, recognizing that we wouldn't be able to do it in-house. And we looked at the best of those, updated it for inflation, and we think that that would be approximately a $65,000 project, consultant work to get that through the Coastal Commission, prepare all the plans, do all of the supporting studies, because there would be biological studies that would be needed. So this is not without a price tag, and given you know, the trade-offs and finite resources, I just want to flag that. This isn't something that we could just whip up in our spare time.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
I have a timing question. If we pass our own local plan in the next year, does that help in any way in terms of thinking about this?
That's a great question, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it might. However, the Coastal Commission would still have appeal authority over any permit action we did ourselves because it's within their appeals jurisdiction, given proximity to ESHA and the First Public Road, et cetera. So, and I think we have every reason to expect that the Coastal Commission will jealously guard that authority and will be very interested in anything that it sees as restricting public access. And we have had conversations with Coastal Commission staff in Ventura about this. I think they've been very constructive. Steve Hudson down there, the district director, has indicated that there isn't a fundamental obstacle to placing restrictions there, but that the Coastal Commission's staff position at this point is that where cities do regulate overnight parking especially for recreational vehicles that people are using to sleep in, that they require that the cities provide parking someplace else, that it's not satisfactory for the Coastal Commission, for local governments to simply push it out of their jurisdictions. So that is something that we would like. I fully expect that Coastal Commission staff would, under the threat of their appeal authority, would require us to do that. But we would still have to go through a local permitting process. Perhaps it would be a more efficient, less expensive one if we did it ourselves once we have a certified LCP.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I guess I'm just thinking about which pathway is sort of most efficient, but if it's sort of like if we land at the Coastal Commission either way, maybe it doesn't matter.
Well, it might be more efficient. I think your point is well taken. It might be more efficient for us to process the permit ourselves, and as long as we address the Coastal Commission staff concerns that are communicated to us, then we avoid an appeal. And Coastal Commission staff does, in my experience, seek to leverage its appeal authority by getting the local government to do what it wants so it doesn't have to appeal the permit.
I have a slight
Thank you for that.
problem with not moving forward with this because we've led the community to believe that we are going to do this, haven't we? I mean, that we are going to pursue looking into getting a permit from the Coastal Commission. I mean, I feel like that's what we've been saying to them, the folks.
Madam Mayor, at a previous council meeting, direction was given by head Dodds of all 5 of you for staff to proceed with this item, if that's what you're referring to.
And I believe at some of the meetings with, that we've said that we're pursuing it. So maybe that is a mistake. We shouldn't have said that if we're not going to do that. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm concerned.
Well, we have it as the #1 priority here.
Right, so we are. Okay. We're not changing it then?
If-
Okay.
He's asking if we want to.
I personally don't want to.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to give you all the information that I had, and
Yes, I
if
appreciate
Council's content with leaving it in that position, then we'll simply move on.
Councilmember Keston?
Yeah, I guess I had 2 questions. I might have missed, you might have said this already, but for the item that Councilmember Smith brought up as far as us having control over the coastal permit, well, how much of a timing thing is it? I mean, how much would, if that were advanced, if this were delayed until after that, are we talking about a year, 2 years? How significant?
Good question, Councilmember Cousin. We're talking about at least an additional year because so we expect to submit best case scenario our LCP to the Coastal Commission for certification probably in January of 2027, and they will probably take a year or so to process that, maybe longer. So we probably would not be able to get to this permit then until we had that certified LCP. So we'd be looking at like probably a 2-year time frame from this date.
All right, that's not insignificant. I guess the one thing I'd say, so I guess I'd have to concur with the mayor, given that time frame. But I do wonder, this is just to reflect, to provide us the ability to put up signs to restrict or do something with parking along that stretch
Correct.
That's on the coastal
Yes.
zone.
And I believe, of course, we already have parking restrictions in the inland area on Phelps outside of the coastal zone.
And I guess I wonder, we were getting significant amounts of community interest in this when, before we had the provision restricting camping in vehicles, that we no longer, before, right? Are we still getting, as far as, I guess I'm wondering how much we're still getting a lot of community concern. Do you know? Are we do we still have the same problem going on? Yeah.
I believe so.
All right. Never mind. I support it.
Okay. So then I'll move on to sustainability, keeping an eye on the time here, and you can see our proposed prioritization, and happy to take any questions or direction on reprioritizing.
I have a question on number 3. Are we also, not to add more to the list, but are we also along those lines? I remember there was a conversation about e-bike rentals, bike share. That's what it was called. Is that still happening for the train depot?
No.
No?
I think they.
So I'm not aware, and Ms. Murray, I don't know if you have any information on that, but
Yeah.
we did do a broader look at bike sharing for the city of Goleta and came to the conclusion that there wasn't really a financially viable path forward with that,
Okay.
given the
I was
options.
wondering where that landed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I did have one quick
Yes,
question.
Councilor Gaston.
Thank you. The conservation element, GPA, when is that, when does AB 1889 have a date or anything like that?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. We would have to look that up. I'm not aware of a specific deadline.
Really?
I'm not aware. I mean, there might be a
Well,
deadline.
anyway,
I'm not aware of it.
I would just note that we, to the extent that there is a deadline, we have to reflect it.
Noted.
Councilmember Perriaco.
I'll just lament for the record, since you brought it up, Mayor, that we are not in a position to do bike share, because I do find it to be such a missed opportunity to fully take advantage of what we're trying to accomplish with that site. And then the other thing I'll mention, and perhaps I'm going for a laugh, is by not having the bike share program, this also means we're not going to have the scooter program, because when the last council meeting before I joined was the night you did all the scooters. And the decision was to bring scooters back with a licensing program, everything as part of the larger discussion about bike shares. So I guess the scooter companies will have to wait.
Thank you. Okay. Any more questions?
Okay, so then we'll continue on to the last program, affordable housing, and there you can see the prioritization. And we did make one change already to this list, adding in the housing impact fee, swapping that with advanced planning. So we would proceed then with updating our mobile home rent control ordinance, which is a priority, addressing the local housing preference policy implementation, continuing with our housing element implementation, and then tackling that fee.
Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah, I guess I just wonder with, let's say, some, like the draft covenant templates, we need that for when housing's coming on market, right? That's the I mean, with some of these, there's an inherent deadline built in.
So, yeah, I mean, right now, we don't have templates, and it's kind of done in a more bespoke way. Ms. Graham can address the process, but there would be value and enhanced efficiency to have those templates.
And I could just add to that. So you're correct that every time we have a housing project with affordable units, we draft a document and execute it as appropriate. But this is more about having a set of templates that incorporate our current policy framework and having them be more plug and play. Every project is a little different, but this would enable, save time.
I guess I'd suggest move it to the top, because it offers the potential of, for efficiency, right? That, you know, when I think of what happened with Winslow and what happened with some of these others where there's some sort of negotiation about what's going to count, this would simplify that for future projects. You'd have, it's all laid out, there's no, and so it seems like it's efficient.
Mayor and Councilmember Cowson, following that suggestion, I moved that to the top of the contingent list. Then the other question would be, so to be consistent with the city manager work program, where we should place a rental registry or rent control if they're, recognizing again that that would have significant staffing implications, which we have not yet worked out, and we would need to really look at the budget implications of that work.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Yes. I had a different thought first, and then I'll come back to that question. I didn't know for number 7, is there any role for we contract with the City of Santa Barbara's Rental Housing Mediation Task Force? Do they have informational materials that they share? I don't know if that's within the scope of their agreement with us.
I'll look to Ms. Graham. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, that's not
Okay.
really within the scope of our contract with them. But this would be specific to our programs. Certainly, we could look to documents that they've created, and I'm familiar with them. For example, they had a density bonus handout that was very helpful at the time, several years ago. So that kind of thing. But it would really be about it's specific to Goleta.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just thinking to the extent that they're mediating our policies. Anyways, that I know that's not within this division, but that might be maybe something to collaborate or consider the next time that contract comes up, because to the extent that they're mediating our policies and people are going to them to mediate those issues. I'm just wondering about that. And then, I think sort of we know that things are percolating. I think in terms of the rental registry, I think there's also sort of a monitoring process. We know City of Santa Barbara is having policy discussions that are pending. City of San Luis Obispo is also considering a registry. There might sort of be a information gathering process that even happens first. I think it's going to be on a contingent list, but I think in some ways we're still learning. So I welcome feedback. But I think there's a lot of that discussion is percolating, and I would expect City of Santa Barbara to get through their process, within the next year. So I think we can revisit this a year from now, but I think we can also learn from what's happening from our neighboring jurisdictions.
And Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, we are tracking and monitoring what is happening, especially in City of Santa Barbara.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, in addition to the prioritization, I personally would appreciate some guidance on what you envision for this item, whether that's, getting quotes for a consultant who would do a rental registry, or coming forth with a recommendation for a rent control, rent stabilization amount. Is it just presenting options? I think a few years ago, if you recall, our annual work program had a little more description for each item, and now it's kind of abbreviated on the chart. So to the extent that you could provide guidance on what it is you expect to see, that would be very helpful.
Well, I would personally, if we, in terms of, I guess in terms of, right, so we don't even have a sense yet of sort of, how different registries are administered. I know there's been some preliminary research in terms of what City of Alameda is doing. So I think on the registry side, we would need to be presented with some options. And then similarly, in terms of a stabilization ordinance, I think that would be just bringing a proposed policy forward.
So that's helpful, and we don't really need to answer the details now because we won't be getting to that in the next fiscal year, so.
I have a question, and this might not have anything to do with registry for housing, but when there was a presentation for short-term rental, was there some discussion about a registry, but maybe that was just a registry for short-term rentals, not about housing at all?
Mayor, that's correct. So we've worked with finance on the question of how that our regulations for short-term vacation rentals would be regulated, and finance will track those or is already tracking those, and that is distinct from a broader registry for all rental units, which would be vastly greater and would be a very significant work effort.
Councilmember Gaston?
Yeah. Well, first, the revisions that are listed at number 10 for the tenant protection ordinance, I mean, I don't know if this is something we need to discuss right now, because 5, 6, and 7 are the only ones we're going to get to in the next year, and so there's no point in doing it. But I don't, how important, in a sense, are those? How do, we've talked obviously a lot about tenant protection ordinances, and that's something we have the capacity to do without a whole registry and everything else. Is this something that we think is valuable and something we should put in a, move on?
Yeah, Councilmember Caslin, I mean, these are important cleanups. I mean, I don't think that they're essential. We can move forward without them, but they're nice. They would be nice cleanups to have.
Okay, and then the affordable employee, I assume all of our employees are rather affordable. But I mean, who is this for? What is this? If this is affordable housing for Goleta employees, or who?
Correct.
What is it?
And Ms. Graham, do you want to address that, or I believe that's correct.
This is a program in the housing element, so I'm less familiar with this one. And Ms. Wells, do you have any recollection of what this is exactly? I thought it was for
An implementation
city employees.
action. I guess that is correct. Thank you for jogging my memory on that.
Well, I guess I would suggest that two things. Number one, that the revisions to the tenant protection move ahead of the rental registry, since it's something that I think it's something more doable, something that isn't a kind of a long-range kind of thing, and that in essence we have an asterisk for the rental registry, rent control, in which we recognize we're waiting to see what happens, and we'll come back and discuss. So, I mean, I don't want there to be the suggestion that you have the burden right now of producing a report. I don't support it, and I think it's, I won't go on, but I just want to say that before we pursue something as significant and something as really consequential as that, we have a vote and a discussion.
Mayor and Council have made that change.
Yeah, I want to jump in because I understand why discussion of a rental registry has a nexus with rent control, and we've certainly talked about it within the context of that nexus. But at the end of the day, what we're really talking about doing is having data to inform future decisions. And I think it's honestly bigger than rent control. Like, we don't know how many, the mayor brought up short-term rentals a moment ago. We don't know how many single-family homes, multifamily housing complexes are owned by corporate landlords, for example. We have not the faintest clue. If we were to go to our partners at the Chamber of Commerce or ask the UCSB economic forecast, I suspect they wouldn't have an answer to that question either. they'll tell us what the average one-bedroom apartment rents for. They won't tell us how many landlords in Goleta are mom and pop. In fact, I'm not even sure they would agree on what a definition of a mom and pop is. So I feel like a rental registry should be a relatively non-controversial step to take, because what you're really talking about is filling data gaps and having an understanding of who your landlords are, how many units, how many complexes do they own, you know, those kinds of things. And there are plenty of cities that have done it cheaply and easily. I think Oakland got to 70% compliance pretty quick. San Luis Obispo is looking at this. I mean, there's a lot of, it feels strange to me in a way that we're on the one hand talking about inclusionary housing as this important thing that we got to save. Developers hate it. But then all I'm asking for, and Mayor Pro Tem Smith is really asking for, is information and a vehicle to collect that information and track that information that can inform housing policy holistically in our city. And it's suddenly this like third rail thing that we can't touch. And I don't understand the logic model for why inclusionary housing good, rental registry bad. I cannot square that circle. So it's pretty obvious to me we're not going to do a rental registry this year. Ms. Graham is a department of one, a very able department, but a department of one, I believe. And so I'm not going to quibble about whether it should be 9 or 10 or 8. But I think it needs to be part of the conversation. And I don't think we should be afraid to have that conversation. I don't think we should be afraid to make that be a priority.
Might we just take off the term rent control and just
I'll be honest. The only people that seem to be talking about rent control per se are the people that are creating the labels. When we talked about this a while back, I kept saying stabilization until I turned blue in the face.
I know.
But it keeps popping up as rent control. So I'm not sure how that's happening, and I don't want to get critical. And it's a little late. It's a little late, but. Yeah.
Luz Reyes-Martin has had her hand up for a while.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, I think it's clear to me from staff that they'll be able to get to 1 through 4, and we'll be back here, or council will be back here next year to talk about the 5 through 10. So I don't know how, it's important to, talk through this, but there's only so much that I think this conversation is going to be helpful, at least for the next year. But I do think that given the comments, from my perspective, I have a lot to learn about how both a registry works and how any kind of proposed rent stabilization might work for a city of our size and our resources and all that. But they do seem to me like distinct efforts. So I think if the council is going to continue to talk about both, they should be separate line items. They might feed into one another. They might not. So, given the conversation I'm hearing, I think part of the conflict I'm hearing is that they are both being coupled together. If they are, in fact, separate efforts or distinct efforts, then I feel like it makes more sense for them to be in separate line items. And then, I don't know that it's necessarily productive for us right now to try to figure out where they are in the 5 through 10 when we'll be back here again next year.
Councilmember Casper.
Yeah, a quick comment, and I appreciate the comments you made, and I agree that we don't have to beat this thing to death and so forth. The one thing I would emphasize or want to clarify in the future is there's a difference between doing a survey of some kind of ownership and so forth and trying to figure out the status of who owns it and all the questions that Councilmember Kyriakou mentioned that are important for us to understand, as opposed to a registry in which they have to routinely update it and we control in some ways. A registry is usually attached to rent stabilization or rent control because you have to monitor it and continue, and so there's a much larger workload. If it's simply getting a consultant to do a report to give us data about what's going on, that's a much lower bar. But we don't have to, beat this to death. I just wanted to clarify.
So Mayor and Council, as we in future years get down to that, maybe it would be prudent for us to start with some kind of a research item and bring back information for the council to consider. And in the meantime, I have separated those two items and relabeled the second one rent stabilization to reflect the nomenclature.
Great.
We would ask council if you're content with prioritization at this point in time to have a motion to adopt the annual work program, and we look forward to moving forward with these items next year.
Yeah, we haven't done public comment.
We did.
We did? Okay.
Yeah, we did.
And no one spoke, right?
No-
That's
no
why I don't
speakers.
remember it. Okay. Okay. So we need a motion?
Go ahead. No, it's fine. All right, I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Do we know what we're approving?
As amended.
The tables.
Work plan as amended.
As amended, thank you.
Okay.
Tables 14 through 17.
All right, roll call vote.
Okay, council members, please lock your votes in. Councilmember Reyes Martin,
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou,
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Prodi.
Aye. Ayes have it. Okay, we need another break? No? Okay, quick one. I just need to stand up. Okay, I'm going to bring this meeting back to order.
Item C2, General Services Department Priority Setting Workshop, Fiscal Year 2026-27 Annual Work Program.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Matt Fuller. I'm the General Services Director. I'm here to review the fiscal year 26-27 annual work program. As I've said in prior years, General Services is your newest department at the city. We just celebrated our 4th anniversary on January 18th, so we are taking shape. The purpose of this workshop is going to be very similar to the one you just heard. We'll talk about the roles and responsibilities of the department, talk about what we accomplished this year, what we're proposing for next year, and then get your input on those priorities. This is our staffing. Our staffing is still 8.0 full-time equivalent employees. It is unchanged for this year. We are not proposing any changes to our staffing, adding positions. I would highlight on the bottom row the project manager. You'll hear a lot about that position this evening. That's a position that you approved for this fiscal year, and it's been wildly successful. I think you will be really pleased with your return on investment in that new position. The one thing I would add is the big lift, the big change for General Services that we've incurred this year and next year and probably the next couple of years is the operation of the new Amtrak station. But we don't know what it's going to take to operate that facility. So instead of guess, we did not preemptively request new positions. We're going to take the year and see how it goes and see what we need, and we'll come back with a much more educated position for next year on that. So the role of General Services, we're really, in a lot of ways, we're an asset management department. We oversee and manage a lot of assets, whether they're facilities or our fleet of about 30 vehicles or lots of information technology devices and assets. We take care of the general maintenance of city facilities, all aspects of them. We ensure compliance with regulations and ADA and OSHA. We do lots of preventative maintenance, and we're really trying to extend the useful life of all the assets that we own to get them through their useful life and then plan for their replacement. In information technology, cybersecurity is our #1 goal. We implement lots of technology solutions. I think you'll see reflected in this year some pretty good strategic thinking that we were able to implement. And then we also, working with our contractor, Acorn Technology Services, we oversee them and work with them quite closely. In the purchasing and procurement arena, we review and approve all the requisitions and contracts that go through the city. We give a lot of guidance and training to staff in various procurement methods. We audit some of those to make sure that we're in compliance with state and local and federal law. And then one thing that you'll hear more of this evening is the procurement branch of General Services is also the logistics section in the Emergency Operations Center. And we put a substantial amount of time and effort into increasing our capacity and our proficiency in that regard so that we're ready for the next emergency that could arise. And then, like every other department, we have an administration branch. So I'd like to start with facilities management. We have a very dynamic team of facilities folks, starting with Fred Kim, our fleet and facility coordinator, Ian Holing, our facility technician, and Ozzy Lopez, who keeps the community center beautiful. But in this current year, we were able to do quite a bit of work. We installed the Rosalind, the monarch butterfly at City Hall that greets us every day. With the removal of all the materials from the library, we were able to tent it for termites and dry rot at the same time. We conducted with HR and risk a fairly comprehensive security audit of all city facilities, and we drastically upgraded the security and access control at both City Hall and the Corporation Yard this year. We rebuilt the second floor bedroom at the Stowe House following a pretty severe storm damage from last year. One of the themes that you'll continue to hear in facilities is one of our goals is to have 75% of our work in facilities to be dedicated toward preventative maintenance, and we're reactive with 25%. So one of those steps is we now have a long-term HVAC maintenance contract for all city facilities. So all of our, and City Hall itself has 17 HVAC units alone. And so we finally have that in place. One of our goals from the current work program was to conduct a market rate study for the leases at the community center. We were not able to achieve that this year, but we were able to execute new leases with all the tenants and have those in place. So I'd say that we partially completed that one. And then this year, we're installing what's called an automatic transfer switch on the emergency power generator at the corporation yard. So if there's a loss in power, it automatically kicks on, and there's no loss in whatever's happening. It can impact technology a lot of times and communication networks, but we will have that done by the end of this year. For next year, what you'll see here is that we purposefully did not load ourselves up with a lot of tasks for next year because number one is all-encompassing. Like, we're already spending a ton of staff time on getting ourselves set up for the new Amtrak station. The Amtrak station's a huge lift. It's our first facility that will be open to the public 365 days a year. It's a big deal, and it's going to be open about 18 hours a day. So it's very intensive, and there's a lot for us to think through. So getting it up and running this summer, and then it's going to take us a whole year or even two to really get our arms around the operation of that. So along with that, all travelers want food and beverage. So one of the things that we are working on is soliciting a coffee cart to start, kind of our phase one, is to have a coffee cart there and then also have vending machines for users. The thinking behind that is really in two phases. There's an unimproved cafe space in the Amtrak station. That's, in and of itself, is a huge lift of soliciting a tenant, negotiating that contract. There will be a whole series of tenant improvements that will have to be made in order to make that ready. So we want to get the coffee cart and the vending machines in first. That will allow us to, first off, finish the library construction, give us capacity then to take on this next lift of having the cafe more permanent. Thirdly, along the preventative maintenance track, we're going to be issuing an RFP for routine roof and door maintenance at all facilities. Roof maintenance, I think, is obvious. That's probably the most important building system on a building. And then door maintenance, because every facility manager knows the 4:30 p.m. the external door won't shut call that we get. So we want preventative maintenance on doors. Finally, just from a security standpoint, we have, like I said, drastically improved access control at city facilities, but we want to go ahead and rekey those facilities. The library, we were going to rekey anyway. As part of that, we have a new key system at the Amtrak station. And instead of trying to set up a new key system and track down all the keys from the last 22 years, we just decided it's going to be a lot easier to rekey and start fresh. Finally, just from an efficiency standpoint, General Services is going to take over maintenance of all first aid kits, AEDs, and eye washing stations throughout the city under our department, which is currently decentralized, which really goes along with our mission of having a centralized group that's doing those things at facilities. And then finally, we are in the process of bidding out repair of some exterior damage, sort of like long-term damage to the corp yard over a number of years to the structure itself, and then putting up some protective barriers there too. It's a tight space, and there's a lot of heavy stuff that moves in and out of that yard by that building. So we want to put up some protective barriers to keep that building safe. In terms of capital projects, this here is Patrick Zarowski. I wanted to have, Patrick, why don't you wave or stand up? This is Patrick Zarowski. He's our project manager. Patrick comes to us with 40 years of capital experience, and I think you'll be blown away with what he's been able to get done this year. So just in this year on the capital front, as you're aware, we completed the bid process and we started construction on the library project. Fred Kim, who's no longer here, but he worked his magic and was able to obtain a permit to remove and permanently close an underground fuel tank at the Amtrak train depot. That's a huge lift, and B, really decreases our exposure on things like groundwater pollution and things, getting that underground fuel tank out of the ground. So bravo to Fred. The other thing that we are finishing this year is we've conducted an architectural, structural, and electrical assessment of the Stowe House. This is you have seen, this council has seen a lot of work go into the community center. The community center and the library, those have been by far the most heavy focus in the last 4 years. It's time for us to start looking at our other buildings. And so we have taken the next big step on the Stowe House. And then finally, we are developing now plans and specs to replace the entire electrical system at the community center. This is something I've brought to you over and over. I've told you this is our #1 priority, and the plans and specs are just about done. So that's a big deal. That will replace every panel at the community center and every linear inch or foot of the old knob and tube wiring that's there. And so that's huge. For next year on the capital side, our #1 priority, complete the library project. We have to be done by June 30th of 27, and we're on track for that. The next one is to complete the replacement of the Goleta Community Center electrical system. Now, I'll be clear, we don't have funding for that yet. It's about a $750,000 project, but it's our top priority after the library, contingent upon funding. Third is to complete at least the exterior improvements of the community center ADA project. That would entail all of the ADA work in the front, the curb cuts, the railings, the parking lot, drive aisles and new striping, as well as the new sewer lateral that we're going to install and the grease trap. I think we want to get that done first, and then we'll move on to the next phase, which is the indoor work of the stage lift and the restroom remodel. But we want to get the flat work and civil work done first. Fourth is to replace 2 of the HVAC units here at City Hall, and then finally is to complete the replacement of the skylight project at the Goleta Community Center that, as you're aware, leaks pretty profusely during rainstorms. All right. I told you we were doing a lot in capital, so page 2. The next thing we're doing is we're developing an asbestos and lead paint compendium for the community center campus. This is really important. We've had testing for lead and asbestos in various places all over that campus, but we need somebody to put it together in a form and format that anybody can pick it up, and whether we're doing a capital project or just pulling a piece of trim off the wall, we know what's hot and what's been removed. So even from an OSHA standpoint and employee protection standpoint, that's really important. Number 7, coming off the assessment of the Stowe House that we're completing this year, we want to start actually packaging some projects together so that we are ready for grants, or we're ready for appropriations that might come from the state or federal government. Our intent with this assessment was to sequence projects, so we want to know the order we should do them, assuming tranches of $500,000 at any given time. And so that's really our roadmap for starting to work on the Stowe House. Number 8 is to at least develop the design for the City Hall elevator. We won't get to construction, but we want to get the design done. And then finally, with the South Coast Railroad Museum, that's another property that really needs a lot of work. And it has a drainage problem there. We're getting drainage intrusion under the foundation and things. And, there is a lake there and everything drains toward that way. And so we need to put some effort into, pretty substantial effort and probably pretty substantial dollars into mitigating that. All right. With fleet management, as I said, we have a inventory of about 30 vehicles. This year, we replaced the Go 4 parking enforcement vehicle, the one that was from Canada that gave us a lot of heartburn. So we've got a Chevy Bolt now for that. Another big step, we completed a substantial backlog of deferred maintenance on city-owned trailers. That's something, those trailers had not been serviced for probably 2 decades, and we finally got caught up on that, so that was huge. We're going to replace 2 of our fleet vehicles, number 12 and 14, and then we just purchased or just agreed on pricing for the 2 new Ford F-150 hybrids that came to council about a month ago, and you'll recall Ford canceled our order. For next year, pretty light on fleet. We're just going to replace 2 more vehicles, number 16 and 18. What we're seeing in fleet as we transition to an EV fleet, we are seeing maintenance go down. You know, there are not very many moving parts with EV. What keeps us up at night and the puzzle that everybody's trying to solve is what do you do in a power outage with with electric vehicles? You know, if there's a power outage and pumps go down, we can still use gravity to pour gas into a tank, right? When the power goes out and the grid goes down, we're trying to figure that out. What are we going to do for backup power? So that's going to continue to be a really high priority for us. We're doing a lot of research along with a lot of other jurisdictions in that regard. On the purchasing and procurement side, I just want to focus on 2 things. As I said, we put a lot of time and effort into the EOC this year, and we developed, thanks to Christy Velasquez on my staff, a whole litany of processes, procedures, templates, and flow charts for emergency procurement and an emergency, not just what we buy and how we buy it, but we are the branch that takes in the requests from all over the city saying, I need this, I need that, I need fencing, I need security, I need lighting and generators. So we now have a system to take those in, track those, fulfill them, and then demobilize when appropriate. And we trained like the Dickens this year to get really good at it. And so our comfort level on handling emergency operations is substantially better. On the procurement side, really what we're going to do new is we're going to create a citywide template for requests for proposals. That's something we don't have now. Every department does them slightly differently. The terms and, you know, language and conditions and things are slightly different. So we're going to standardize that approach. And then number 4 is part of working with neighborhood services. All departments have been asked to complete a department continuity of operations plan as part of our emergency operations plan. So we will have that done by December of next year. On the IT front, I will say this has been the year of IT. You know, the first 2 or 3 years of general services were primarily facility related with the community center and the library. This year has really been IT related. I am so pleased with Janet Batchelor on my staff. She's done yeoman's work of improving our IT posture. The big ones, we upgraded every single device to Microsoft Windows 11, which doesn't sound like much, but it's a huge lift. We implemented Microsoft Teams calling. We augmented the wireless network at the courtyard to improve connectivity there. We implemented very, very advanced cybersecurity enhancements. And last year I told you that we had replaced our entire network and all of our firewalls and all of our physical devices had improved our cybersecurity. Now we're to the point where I think we are competitive with any other public or private agency in the nation in terms of cybersecurity. We designed the IT networking at the Amtrak station, and then finally, we installed fiber internet service at both the Amtrak station and the community center. So those are both underway now. Community center should be done by April, by next month, and then the Amtrak station will be done by this summer. So that'll be the 3rd facility that we have fiber internet at, and that's a huge deal. For next year, I think this is the 4th year I've said this. I've always said we need governance, we need IT governance, and so I'm pretty confident this coming year will be our year of IT governance. So we'll have a number of policies that we'll be rolling out in a governance framework, and then we are providing technical assistance to the clerk's office in selecting and implementing a records management program for them. And then lastly, the long-range projects contingent on staff capacity. The first one is really, it's a sort of a Gordian knot to untangle, but developing options for a single file management system in the city. You know, we use Teams, we use Ignite folders, we use Dropbox, and probably a whole litany of Google things, and, you know, getting us to a single file management system is a big one. Next, IT strategic plan. I think we're finally in a position to actually develop one at some point. And then on the fleet side, implementing an automated pool vehicle reservation system, I think would further help us right-size our fleet. We have a lot of vehicles that frankly just aren't driven much, you know, and so we're trying to right-size our fleet, and having a reservation system where most vehicles are in the reservation system is a prudent idea. And with that, I can take any questions.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a lot for a small department. And I really have to say, I really appreciate the being more proactive instead of reactive to a lot of things. That's great. Great job. Questions? Councilmember Kasdan?
Yeah, one that stood out for me was with respect to the coffee shop kind of thing at the Amtrak, because I gather right now, you know, sort of the way it's set up and so forth, and the frequency of trains, there's not a lot of demand, and it's hard to have a shop there. But one of the items, I think, if you heard, that for planning was to look at a specific plan for that area. And what we do as far as that shop and Amtrak is sort of the hub in many ways of that area. And so I guess to think about it in terms of that it's integrated to me, that
Absolutely.
Okay. And for our park system and benches, that's in neighborhood services, the reservations that they do?
Yes.
Is there any overlap or anything? No, they're completely separate with, okay.
Right.
And I also wondered with the South Coast Railroad Museum if, you know, in the past, I wondered if there were opportunities for coordination and efficiency with Stowe House, and are there things there that we could be doing that would help both of them?
Councilmember Kasdan, there are. In fact, we are meeting now quarterly with the South Coast Railroad Museum. And one of the things that came out of our last meeting was getting a meeting together with a couple of their board members and a couple of the Stowe House and city staff, because, you know, one prime example is just the access road that cuts across. And you know, that's a fairly simple example, but, you know, they've got, depending on who's having an event and how can that access road be used, and ensuring ingress and egress and those sorts of things. So yeah, I think I'm really pleased with the relationship that we have with the South Coast Railroad Museum now, and I think we're just starting to explore the crossover with the Stowe House group and the Historical Society, and I think there'll be more to come.
That's great. And I think that RFP for the procurement, that sounds really good too. Sounds like it's very efficient. So, thank you.
Sure.
I enjoyed the report, really
Thanks.
good.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Great job, and you did it pretty fast. Thank you for that. You know, there's one question I was thinking about asking. I think it's maybe a little too esoteric, so I'm going to drop it. Can you kind of hone in a little bit more on what it means to be at the end of construction of the Goleta Valley Library? Because I think members of the public are going to hear that and be like, okay, cool, the library is gonna be open because the construction's over. And I think there was perhaps some opportunities for enhanced communication or just getting the word out a little bit differently about what the runway would be between closure and then getting ready for construction there, right? So, you know, the reverse is also true here. So what is the amount of runway between finishing the construction project and being in a position where you've provided the support that the library department needs to be able to actually have a grand opening, have a ribbon cutting, and start checking out books over there again and doing activities and other things?
Councilman Kiriakou, it's a good question. I don't know that I'm going to give you the most satisfying answer now because it's a year and a half off. But I can tell you this, and I'm going to split it a bit. You know, we've talked a lot about the grant. We've tried to merge the grant project and the capital campaign together because they are so interconnected. But tonight I'm going to intentionally separate them. The grant-funded work, the construction work, that has to be done by June 30th of 2027. What I don't know, and some of this has to do with fundraising, the rapidity of it, and how quickly we get to the $1.7 million goal and all those things. In the perfect world, we would raise all the funding early, you would procure all the furniture and fixtures, and when we put the library back together, everything would go in its final form and we would be done at the same time. We don't know yet whether that's possible. So that's something we're absolutely keeping our eye on, and we will have a much better idea as the months go by. But the construction that we've hired to replace the electrical system, to remodel the bathrooms, to do the path of travel from Fairview and from the parking lot, to put in the fire sprinkler system and replace the lighting, that will all be done by June 30th of 2027. And the contracted work with EJS Construction will be finished by that day. There will likely be some amount of the capital campaign work, the furniture and fixtures that will go into the building about that same time, but it gets a little bit murky. It really does. So I can tell you that I would think, and I would surmise fairly confidently, by that summer we will be open. Exactly when, I can't tell you that yet.
So then my follow-up question would be, and first of all, thank you for that answer, and I really appreciate how you kind of broke it up a little bit. So then my follow-up question becomes, is there a current gap between when our anticipated vacating of the Goleta Valley Library Express building and that lease, when that would occur and when we might realistically, summer, we're saying, of 27 be ready to reopen the library? Is there a concern that we may need to try and do a lease extension? Do we already kind of have that all lined up? Do we already have a plan for that? Is that something we're looking at?
It's a good question. We already have that built into the lease. So the current term expires in April of 2027. I can confidently say we will need to extend that, but we have extensions built into the lease. We have 2 years of extensions that we will never need, but we have that already worked out in the lease agreement.
Okay, that's really good news. Thank you for that.
And if I could just add to that, Councilmember Kiriakou, to the point of your question about, I guess what I took from it, besides the lease being able to be extended, is the scenario in which the main library would open the same day or the day after Library Express closes. And I believe that's unrealistic. Matt probably doesn't have a satisfactory answer for that, but there's also the transition of moving back from the Express to the main library. So to your point about a gap, yeah, there's going to probably be a gap when there is no library available, because one will be closed, but then we're not ready. Not everything's been moved over, just as was the same when we moved to the Express.
Right, and so then that just, for me, underscores the importance of having a really clear communication plan so that the public understands that, and then also what are the contingencies for provision of library services in lieu of having either of those facilities online simultaneously. You know, are there things the book van can do? Are there things that little libraries can do? Zip books, what are, you know, I just want to make sure that there's communication going out there about, okay, you know, we're going to have a little period here. Here's how you can get your books. Here's where you can go for story time. Here's where you can go for insert thing here. And I know that's not general services, but it's germane. Thank you.
Councilmember Reyes-Martin?
Thank you. I just wanted to share my appreciation for so much incredible work that, again, you know, we talked in the last presentation about some new areas that, you know, the council and previous councils had invested in, and what tremendous work is happening. And this department is another example of that. And all of the work that's been accomplished, not just in this last year, but in previous presentations. I'm glad your team is still here. I know it's late. I'm sorry that it's so late, but I'm glad you're here to hear us appreciate you. And I know Mr. Kim had to leave. But there's so much really important work that happens a lot of times behind the scenes. So I'm glad that you're able to share this. And I just really appreciate all of the hard work. And you're absolutely right. There's some really massive projects that you're right in the middle of. And I think it's really prudent for you to kind of take the year and maybe even 2 years with the Amtrak station in particular to kind of see how that works out and then come back to us with, here's what it's going to take to continue to operate that. I think that's a really prudent approach. So thank you for the presentation.
Any more questions, comments? I'd also like to thank you. I wouldn't change anything. You've got it under control.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate all the hard work you put into this.
Well, just like the prior presentation, if you're willing to and ready to make a recommendation.
We'd like to make that recommendation.
We do, don't we?
Oh, public comments. You think they're still hanging in there? Maybe.
I have no speaker slips. Those of you on the Zoom webinar who wish to speak to this item, please use the raised hand icon and I will call on you. I'm seeing none, Mayor.
Okay, who would like to make this recommendation? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd move to adopt the annual work program for fiscal year 26-27 for the General Services Department.
Do I have a second? Okay, roll call vote.
Council members, please lock in your votes. Councilmember Reyes-Martin.
Aye.
Councilmember Kiriakou.
Aye.
Councilmember Kasdan.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Smith.
Yes.
And Mayor Parodi.
Aye. It's unanimous. Yay. Thank you so much. Okay, council comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just one that I think is important to update on. Let's see, this was Friday, February 27th. There was a meeting of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I'm grateful Mayor Paula Parodi drove up to San Luis Obispo on her birthday to attend. I appeared on Zoom. We submitted comments, consistent with council feedback. The control board voted 3-2 to accept the settlement proposal with Goleta West Sanitary. And, I think, I'll speak for myself, I think we learned a lot in this process. I do hope, I know we received some information from their general manager after we met last time. Hopefully, moving forward, we can, continue to have kind of a more collaborative approach. But just wanted to give an update to the council.
That's our hope, right? Any other comments from anybody? No? It was a long meeting, very long. 8 a.m. to 1:30? Yeah. Okay, anybody else? No? Mr. Rosen? No? Okay, meeting adjourned.